Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you back for a Sunday System stream brought to you by you. That's right, viewers like you. We had a stream this week for Dolmenwood, and we had some great support. We hit some tip goals, and so we are back. Thank you to the support from the chat. Thank you to Koss, who sponsored this first look series as well. And we're going to be taking more, basically a longer, deeper look at Dolmenwood. Sorry, I'm hooking up my watch here so it charges. What was I saying? Oh yeah. We kind of had an abbreviated, I should say abbreviated is still almost 3 hours. We had kind of an abbreviated stream for Dolmenwood, because I had a doctor's appointment. Believe it or not, it was like at 10 o'clock at night. But it was a telehealth, one of those telehealth ones. And, I had tried to get an appointment earlier in the day, and the doctor canceled on me, and I was like, I need this appointment so I can get my prescription renewed, so that I can get my prescription refilled before I leave for my cruise. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of my anti-anxiety medication. Anyways, so we had to wrap that up quickly. And what we did in the first stream was we took a look at Dolmenwood, the Player's Guide. And to be clear, most of what we saw, most of what we read was pretty much OSE, BXD&D. We highlighted some of the differences, some of the new classes, some of the new magic systems, some of the new kindreds, aka races, and it was interesting. And we talked about the game's very lovely, lavish design and layout, and aesthetic, which I think Gavin Norman has done a really fantastic job, somehow managing to keep the accessibility and readability of OSC, but also making it, taking it up a level, right? Taking it to a kind of a more mystical, fantastical, mythical, you could almost argue, vibe and feel. And in fact, considering it just won a Golden Knight for best indie game, the game really gave me strong mythic Bastionland vibes. And to be clear, they're both rules light game. I don't know. I'm curious if we'll have it. I'm going to put a poll up in chat. Shout out to Damian Williams, by the way, with 43 months of supporting the adventure. Stuck sitting at work for a fucking hour because Verizon and AT&T suck. At least I can listen to this. Well, Damian Williams, cheers. You should know that I have Verizon as my cell service, and I've had them for like probably 25 years. And I just became a loyal AT&T customer because I finally got fiber optic in my house, and I will be canceling my Spectrum internet here this month since I don't need it anymore. Although for right now, I have 2. So I was going to do a poll. That's what I was trying to do. All right. Which game do you think is more rules light? OSE, Dolmenwood, or Mythic Bastionland? The poll is up. Get your votes in. We got to make sure to show up tonight after last night's hatchet job against Trespasser. I don't even think we talked about Trespasser, except to say that we liked Sparks and Shadows. I don't know. Hatchet job, please. However, we do have the white monster. Oh, okay. Mythic Bastionland taking an early lead. I would tend to agree, by the way. So anyways, we covered some of the player stuff. I don't know if there was some stuff in the player stuff we didn't get a chance to look at. No, we didn't look at some of the basic procedure stuff. That's what we didn't look at. Because we got through the play, we got through the kindreds, right? Remember, we looked at. In fact, I'll head over to PDF. This was from last night. This was the how does Derek become successful in 2026? It started off with clickbait videos, and then it ended with marry into money, and then get into shape and start an OnlyFans. As you can see, things went off the rails pretty quickly. I didn't look at the herbs and stuff. Okay, great. Thanks, Sid. Yeah. So we looked at Dolmenwood. We took a look at some of the factions, some of the elements of the game. We looked at the basics of making basically an OSE character. We talked about some of the weird, it was a little bit of a referendum on BX D&D. We talked about prime ability scores and people getting bonuses and stuff of that nature. We talked about the kindreds. I thought I liked the goat folk. I thought they were kind of cool, and I liked the Grimalkin, the cat people who shape change between different forms. I thought they were pretty cool. Only one I wasn't really a big fan of was the tree mossling people. We looked at the classes. We looked at some of the arcane spells. We looked at the fairy magic. We did not look at the holy magic, but these are basically your divine spells. I don't think there's anything going to be crazy out of pocket there. You can see that, again, showing how this game is tied into the setting. We have your basic spell name, but then it's associated with a saint. It has sort of a diegetic name in the campaign world. I just thought they were strange, Tundalus. I don't know. I must just not like plant people. I don't like leshies either. The holy spells have cool little stories attached. Oh, sure. Look at this. Pad those page counts. I'm just kidding. Oh, right. Like, weren't they like with every step they ooze yeast out of their moist places or something? And we were all like, ugh. Mosslings can also get knacks. These are semi-magical stuff that they can do. They can talk to the birds. They can ask questions of the roots. They can sing to locks for some odd reason, even though they're plant people. Oh, there we go. Yeast Master. Commune with yeast. This may now be my favorite RPG ability of all time. You've had commune with the gods. You've had commune with nature. Now we have commune with yeast. Did I like the weird bark and crystal people from 4th edition? You mean the freaking classes from PHB 3? Hell no. No, I didn't like any of the ancestries from PHB 3, which is funny because I love the ancestry or the races from PHB 2. Apparently, this is the year of baking and food and hex crawls. Yeasty belch. By allowing potent yeasts to ferment in their belly, the mossling can emit a heady belch once per day. The belch may be targeted at an individual within 10 feet who must save versus blast or faint for a D6 rounds. Hey, listen, dig in. So then we have equipment, services, and animals. Now, what's crazy about this is, you look at this and you're like, wow, this is an old school game. It's kind of set in a dark fantasy world. And it's crazy to think that this same equipment list is still in D&D 5th edition. Pretty much, item for item for the most part, which is really wild when you think about it. You can see here again the old school vibe of basic D&D. By the way, I should note that basic D&D used coins for weight. AD&D did not use coins for weight, but it shows the capacity in coins, except for buckets, which apparently can't carry coins. It can only carry pints. We've got light, cook pots, tents, miscellaneous tools, all the normal stuff here. We have a section on armor. Nothing special there. horses, hounds. You can buy dogs. We got dolmen pinchers, bloodhounds. You can get a Sealy dog. You can get yourself a fey animal. Kind of cool. Beverages, pipe leaf. My question is, who uses this? I feel like this is one of those things that like is in the book for the reader. I just can't ever imagine this ever coming up in my play of my actual game ever. Sid the Treefish uses this in their game. To what end? I don't hate that this is here, by the way. I'm actually bothered by this being here. I just don't understand it. Wes says, you know what, and I appreciate Wes's honesty. Unless I'm signing up for an inventory tracking game, I'm ignoring all this type of stuff, and I will never sign up for an inventory tracking game. Oh, I forgot to put up some stream goals. Anybody have any recommendations for stream goals? Let's see here. What do we got? Reset. All right, we got support first looks and a part 3. Is there a part 3 to look at? Realm creation and mythic Bastionland. Super chats. Fine. All right, fine. You know what? We'll have that. We'll have that. Make a realm in mythic Bastionland. There we go. That sounds cool. All right. Goals are up. So we have our super chat goal just to support first looks. Always appreciate it. And then for a tip, we'll make a realm in mythic Bastionland. Well, you know, that might be postponed till a later thing. But I would like to go back to mythic Bastionland because, like I said, we did have a thing where we're going to do second looks at some of the games that won and did well. And one of those games that I'd like to go back and revisit is to do mythic Bastionland again. By the way, shout out again to Exalted Funeral, the publishers of this game, for sending us advanced copies, PDF, or not advanced copies, but sending us copies, PDFs. The books are absolutely incredibly gorgeous. The campaign book in particular is super, super duper richly thick. She's thick in all the right places. And it's a very gorgeous looking book. The map looks absolutely stunning, as we'll get into it when we get into that in a moment. So yeah, by the way, Tuesday, we're going to be looking at Muckland from Eam. Well, that was easy. Thanks, Scott.
Scotty Fournier tipped $50. I asked for it, so I will cover it.
Well, Scotty, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. You know what? You put your money where your mouth was, and you know what? We appreciate those type of people. Thank you so much, Scotty. Thank you so much. Characters may smoke and make an intelligence check and get bonuses and give them clues. All right, you know what? I respect it. But again, fine. That's cool. Fine. But do we need 20 different types of pipe weed? Probably not. But again, I don't actually, care about this. He may have. Scotty's been on a roll. We are. Bob is going to be coming over on Tuesday. We're going to do it in the studio. We're going to be together. We're going to be taking a look at the actual pieces live, like in person, not just the PDFs. We'll have the PDFs too, so that we can take a closer look. And of course, we'll do kind of a side-by-side comparison on Tuesday, because that will have more information at that time. Here are the common fungi and herbs. Now, this is really interesting because we know that for example, the friar class actually has some mechanics that interact with this. And this seems to be a common foraging option while you're going through Dolmenwood. This is pretty cool. I like that you have these little, for an OSE game, when a game isn't as easy, for lack of a better word, you get all these really neat little flavorful bits of pieces that you can add to your game. For example, in 5th edition, you go to Pathfinder 2, you go to sleep, you wake up, you're at full hit points. But, something like Phenob, which recovers 1 extra hit point overnight because you only get 1 hit point per night. So it doubles your hit point recovery. Something like this could never really work in a game like D&D or Pathfinder 2, where you have, hundreds of hit points and you get all of it back the moment you basically take a nap. So this is kind of cool. These are kind of like, potions. But instead of like crafting them, you find them. And I think that's neat. We talked about the importance and the value of exploration. And I think one of the ways that you make hex crawls interesting is by making them actually valuable to explore and to forage and to, find stuff like this. And these are all pretty cool. I mean, some of them are a little bit more, a little bit more specialized, warning of poisons in liquids. But some of them are, detect magic, cure a D3 hit points, but you might lose a point of constitution. Getting you additional saves against disease or poison. Even healing D2 hit points. So that's pretty cool. And here we see the foraging rules as well. Or you could sell it for money. Here's our specialists. We did a whole big rant about, the nature of people hiring people, why you would hire people. One thing that I really like is when specialists are simplified mechanically, and they do a great job here of doing this. So it's just like, hey, like you're like, well, what does an alchemist actually do? And you're like, it can analyze potions and brew potions. And that's not to say that these are the only things that it could do, but it's, it's pretty simple, which I really, really like. This makes it very easy. What does a guide do? What does an animal trainer do? And, here's the cost. Also, I should point out that, one of the things that we always talk about is that, old school D&D, which this basically is, love it or leave it. And we know it doesn't really work in the real world. But basically, it's trickle-down economics. The whole idea is that the characters get all this money, and they get the treasure to level up. And then what are they supposed to do with it? Well, the answer is they are supposed to spend it. They're supposed to put it into the local economy. Let that gold trickle down. And they're supposed to be like, oh yeah, I've got 2 alchemists under my employee. I've got 2. One of them's full-time W-2. The other one is still an independent contractor. I'm still 1099. And I've got them cranking out potions for me. Basically on the regular, I'm getting a couple potions a week out of my alchemists. I've got a whole crew of animal trainers setting up my hounds, so, and you're supposed to just have all this money, and you're supposed to just like do it, make basically, you talk about power fantasy. People assume that in power fantasy in D&D means, becoming super powerful, Muso mode, anime, punching through mountains and stuff like that. But really, the original D&D power fantasy was just being fucking rich and just being able to like buy your way into anything, basically. Is advancement in Dolmenwood still 1 GP equals 1 XP? It is. One thing I disliked a lot in OSE is that just to level up to 2, PCs got so much GP that costs of living and equipment became meaningless. This is a common complaint, and it's one that I think has a lot of value and merit. And I don't want to like poo-poo on Dolmenwood, but I do think that Shadowdark handles the loot for XP thing better, which is instead of focusing on a 1-to-1 ratio, it basically says like, when you find a big fucking hoard of treasure, you get a bunch of experience points. When you find a nice chunk of treasure, you get 1 experience point because Shadowdark uses a much more constricted form of XP. So here's our game procedure. Of course, Tundless. Oh, I stole that from Shadowdark. Okay, yeah. It's good. It's good. It's very good. I kind of did that with my Dragon's Delve campaign 10 years ago, where what I did was I made treasure worth XP in Pathfinder 1. But the way I did it was I assigned a CR value to treasure hoards. Normal little itty bits of treasure weren't worth anything, experience point wise. But when you found a big treasure hoard, that had an equivalent challenge rating, and it was worth that much experience points. So I could talk about the treasure, or like an EL, if you want to call it that. And so basically each hoard had an associated XP value. And so you didn't get XP so much for finding random bits of treasure, or, I don't know, stripping, copper wiring from the dungeon walls. But when you found a hoard, a proper treasure hoard, a chest of treasure, a hidden compartment of treasure, a powerful creature's collection of treasure, a goblin chieftain's jewels and accoutrements, then you got the experience point award. A lot of people associate old school gaming with, rulings over rules, and it's very simulationist and all this other stuff. But the truth of the matter is, old school gaming, OSC in particular, had actually a lot of procedure. And so, there's this idea of a rote procedure to the game that you go through over and over and over again that sort of pushes the game forward. And to a certain extent, this procedure is fairly gamist in its how it rolls out. So that being said, we've got all your basic rules for skill checks, and we already looked at this before: attack rolls, time and movement, encumbrance. We've got climbing rules, cold rules, all the stuff that you would expect to see here. Wandering monsters. Now, we noted before, oh, hey, thanks, Dirty Phil. Here to support the work. Please forget the mean-spirited comment on stream yesterday. Stream is going strong. Don't read this. Keep going with stream. At least we're at work. We'll catch the VOD. Thank you, Dirty Phil. Please forget the... Oh, you're talking about the person who was mean to me? Yeah, but they tipped me, Dirty Phil, so that was nice. I mean, it worked out well. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate it. Stuff coming out this week, buddy. I got it all packed up. Thanks, dude. Thank you, Dirty Phil. Appreciate it. I will keep going. But yeah, so here's an example of a travel procedure. And one of the things that's really important in a hex crawl is the travel procedure, because hex crawls, I don't want to get too much caught up in the weeds in this, but like, hex crawls are awesome, but they can also really suck, and they can feel really boring, and they can feel really, really, really monotonous. But the way you're supposed to do it is, first, the referee checks the tables in the campaign book for the weather. Then the players decide which direction or how they're going to travel today. Then the referee determines whether the party gets lost, depending on the type of terrain they are in. I'm assuming we have some rules on this here. Here we go. We got, the type of terrain, the weather conditions can all determine. This is when we talk about simulationism, right? Excuse me. Then we make a check for a random encounter. Then we describe the terrain and any sites of interest that the players pass through. We ask players for actions. If monsters encounter, we follow that procedure, the monster procedure. And then at the end of the day, if in the wilds, we then move to camp, where we will then begin the camping procedure, right? The referee then updates time records with special attentions to rations, spell durations, and players. How close is this to BX travel procedure? It's almost identical. So officially, you're doing this every day. You're doing this with every hex. It's it could be a lot. And there's stuff here for whether you're on a road or not. Are you traveling? Are you force marching? And all the jazz. Now, as noted, this book has the second book that we're going to look at. This book here, the campaign book, which I'm not going to go super into. We're going to cover it, but I'm not going to spoil anything, because it's got a lot of details and I don't want to ruin anything. There we go. But here's basic terrain types. So you can see light terrain, moderate terrain, difficult terrain. And obviously your movement is slower or faster in different types of terrain. You become lost easier as you get into difficult terrain. So on paper, on basis, if you're traveling through wetlands, muddy woods, craggy forests or swamps, you have a 50% chance of getting lost with every hex. Pretty crazy. And losing your direction and all this other stuff. So it can be nasty. Not to mention, you're also going to potentially run into random monsters. And what can end up happening sometimes with hex campaign or hex crawls is the two main mistakes that people make is they don't have a destination. Okay. They do I have? Yeah. I guess it's not. I guess it's a PNG file. Yeah. So like, they will. Hold on a sec here. I just want to bring this up. There we go. Okay. So this is the map of Dolmenwood, and a lot of times people go, "Oh, it's a sandbox," and they'll be like, "Okay, guys." Now, by the way, this is, I think, the generic hex. So only the major terrain elements are noted here. There's no there's no landmarks noted on this map. So this map is relatively spoiler free. I think this is the map that's even inside the player's book. But the GM will say, "Okay, guys, we're starting our campaign in hex 710, or 0710," and they'll be like, "Okay, it's a sandbox. Go." And the players go where? It's one thing to get lost. It's another thing to get lost when you don't have a destination, right? Juniper Gravestock says, "Is not the map available to the players?" All right. Never mind. Ignore this. Cover your eyes. All right. I think I found it. PDFs. All right. That might be what the players get. So, they'll be like, "Okay, guys, you start in Lankshorn," and then they're just like, "Go." And you're like, "Go where?" And the truth of the matter is, hex crawls are really boring if you're just wandering through them. And by the way, the same thing is true with dungeon crawls. Anything with the word crawl in it. The biggest problem that I think GMs make with dungeons is they don't give their players goals, quests, hooks, objectives, knowledge, right? And the key thing is you have to have something that the players are interested in. And a lot of times, one of my go-to things that I do, I did this, for example, in Forbidden Lands, which is a hex crawl game. Every player started off with a rumor, not like, "Oh, and maybe it's a false rumor." No, fuck that noise. Don't lie to don't start the campaign by lying to your players. But, every player had some sort of information about something valuable, something interesting. And maybe they didn't know exactly what hex it was in, or they didn't know exactly what it was, but every player had something, and so I think that you need to be able to at least give your players that initial push. And then they're going to be able to make decisions, and they're going to try to get places. And yeah, random encounters and getting lost may happen. And then, an emergent game will appear. But for the most part, you have to provide them with something to do, somewhere to go, okay? Because without a destination in mind, the game is just wandering aimlessly in the woods. And, that can be fun maybe for a session. It can be. It's true. But after a while, it just starts to feel like a bunch of just random nonsense encounters, and it can just drain your game of momentum. So, even if it's something as simple as you're starting in Langshorn and it's like, you've heard, the Lord of Colstoke Keep. I don't know anything about Dolmenwood, so I'm just making this up right now. Well, we can get to that in a second, that guy, because that's what changes the game up a little bit. You're in Langshorn and it says, it's said that the Lord of Colstoke Keep is having problems with, nasty boggarts in the nearby woods, and is willing to hire is willing to pay adventurers, and the party. So that's one hook. Give them 2, give them 3, give them 4. Tell them about something happening out here, at the woodcutters encampment. Tell them about a legend of the Dolmenwood, of the Dolmens south of the Falls of Neowen, and have them exploring this. So, because the other thing is, okay, and again, we can get into this. We'll get into this with the campaign guide. The problem with a hex crawl is in an old school game, again, you get most of your experience points from treasure and wandering around and, getting experience, I think that, does the game even tell us this? Yeah, here we go. The party recovers 1 XP per 1 GP value of treasure recovered. It's the primary source of XP, usually accounting for 3/4 or more of the total XP earned. Most of the time, random encounters and even hex encounters aren't going to have the kind of treasure that a dungeon or whatever will have, a castle or a keep or something, a ruin. And so if your players do all this stuff, they aren't going to get much experience points. And the game is telling them what you're doing is bad wrong. Now, you might be like, oh, my players have fun anyways. Okay, fine. But the system is not rewarding them. And that is something you need to be very aware about, especially with this type of game. And I would argue this is the potential flaw in this setting. Okay. But I'm going to short circuit this right now, and I'm going to hop over to the campaign book, and I'm going to go to the awarding XP section. And there is an element here for awarding XP for milestones, for great deeds, for spending treasure, maybe, and for exploration. And what I would really, really, really recommend for this campaign, because if you bought this campaign, you bought it because it's got this awesome hex crawl. And every hex has some sort of, every single hex on the map has an encounter associated with it, which is awesome. It's like, I don't know if I've ever seen a hex crawl which is this size, okay, that literally has every single hex with a fully featured, I think it's a 2-page spread. Some of them I think might be a 4-page spread, some of the bigger stuff. That's cool. That's a lot. That's really neat. Also, this is like the perfect size. Most hex crawls, in my experience, are too big, too empty, or they're too small. This is the perfect size, because you want a hex crawl that's big enough that the players can, reasonably get from one side to the other. And so that when they leave behind a town, it's not like we're leaving and we're never coming back and it's gone forever. You could easily imagine how the group would, touch upon multiple areas throughout the course of the campaign, which I think is wonderful. I think it's fantastic. There you go. 1 page per hex, 4 pages for towns. So, for me personally, this is kind of perfect in terms of its size. Maybe if I was, going for something a little bit bigger, like if I thought the game was going to go to like level, whatever, all the way to the end, maybe you make it a little bit bigger. But for 90% of groups, this is going to be more than large enough. And quite frankly, and this is just between me and you, no group is ever going to get max level in old school essentials. Not in this day and age. Your group, even you as a GM, are going to get bored of the system before you get to that point. I promise you. I promise you. People will stick it out. They will for D&D. Or Pathfinder 2. They'll be like, I was bored at level 15, but I'll stick it out to 20 because we've come this far. Let's keep going. I want to get that capstone. I want to get that, ability. But there is no such, huzzah at the end of 15 levels of Dolmenwood. I promise you, your group will tire of the game system before you run out of stuff to do inside of Dolmenwood. Sorry, OSC. I love BXD&D, right? Which is what OSC is. But the truth of the matter is I really can't play it for more than, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks before I'm just like, okay, I need something with more teeth. That's just me, but I promise you, everybody. Yeah, right. Dr. Waits, it's almost as if Redbox was only intended to last for 3 levels. I completely agree with you. Any case, I would highly recommend. So like I said, this was a sort of a spoiler jumping ahead. I love that this is in this campaign book. The campaign book here has this whole thing about rate of advancement, and the standard XP award, which is great, but it also has these optional XP awards. And I think one of the most important ones that you could and should do are things like exploration, milestones, and great deeds. Okay? And I think that is awesome because now when the group says, hey, this thing is important to us, or this quest is important to us, you can say, cool, when you accomplish that goal, I'm going to give you a milestone experience point award. Now, when it says milestones, it means legitimate milestones, not the bullshit. When a lot of people say, oh, my group levels up by milestone, and that basically means whenever the GM feels like it. No. These are still XP awards. Let me be very clear about this, okay? And they're divided into minor and major. But also, like, you can get a great deed. This is for individual experience points. I love individual experience points. And again, you can see that it's a much smaller amount than, say, the major. So it's not going to, like, completely disrupt the game. I'm okay. I think it's fun to have characters with different XP amounts. And then, obviously, here, exploration. So I love all of these. When you visit a settlement for the first time, if you enter a hex for the first time, and if you find one of the lost shrines, one of the node stones, a hidden location, the first time you encounter a new faction, right? Or learn the truth of a bit of lore or rumor. I'm telling you, this type of stuff is awesome because it makes your players get rewarded for caring about and investing in the campaign setting that you're putting them in. You know why players never give a shit about your campaign setting? Because it doesn't matter. Okay? What matters, okay? What gets rewarded gets repeated, okay? And what matters gets managed. And if you want your players to be engaged with your campaign setting, you need to make sure they're being properly rewarded for it. I know it sounds very horrible and capitalistic, but the truth of the matter is it works. That's why these game systems have these XP systems and all this other stuff as well. So I thought this was great that they put this in here. By the way, we were talking about like old school D&D, and somebody in chat was like, and I was talking about like Raised Dead, and somebody was like, and I was talking about how you lose a level, and someone was like, why would I ever lose a level? I would just make a new character because they would be this, that way I don't have to lose a level. That'll just kill continuity because I'll just roll a new character. I'll stay dead and I'll roll a new character and then I'll be the same level as everybody else. And I was like, in chat and comments, I was like, what kind of game do you think this is? And, I love that this right here, it says, per the standard rules, new PCs begin with 0 XP. Like you start at level 1. If you make a new character, you're starting at level 1. Why would you, why would you start at, why would you start at the same level as everybody else? No. You have to at least start at the lowest party level, or at least start, a level below where you were. I'm not going to reward you for dying. Anyways, but back in the day, yeah, you started at 0, which, I love. Also note that, yes, that's probably true, Sephret.
For tipped $15, Big Me is for sustained BX campaigns.
Yeah, it is definitely true. BECME definitely includes a lot more mechanical complexity and crunch, not to mention going all the way up to 36th level and then eventually to Immortals. But I don't know that I ever knew anybody that did Immortals. But yeah, that's a great point, Sephret. BECME does have, I think, more legs if you're going to play it for longer period of time. And probably one of the main differences, but it does have that extra complexity. To me, BECME is like the halfway point between BX and advanced D&D. And in some ways, actually, BECME is more advanced than advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Actually, some of the stuff in RC, I think, looks more like 3rd edition D&D than like AD&D 2nd edition, which in theory was designed to get you from basic to advanced, which is interesting. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of the campaigns that I ran in and played in, it was lowest party level -1. That was pretty common. I definitely saw that one a lot. But notice, I just want to highlight one thing here. When it's talking about the milestones, it says, the referee must determine what constitutes a major or minor milestone based on the party's goal and the current adventure plot. And that's what I think is really important here. It's not just something that the GM does, but it's also based off of the party's goal. So, maybe one of the party members is like, I really want to, I really want to build a farm in wherever, or I really want to own an inn in wherever. Okay, cool. That could be a major milestone for you. Getting enough money, saving up, getting your inn, or I don't know, buying a really cool horse. Whatever the party cares about, that's what you should invest into, because XP is a bullshit concept. I don't care what anybody says. It's not simulationist in the slightest. And so, it's a gamist reward system designed to encourage players to do something. So it's, a carrot. Come on. But it also is a great way to sort of reinforce and make people feel good about the choices that they did make. So anyways, I love that they included this. And I think this is a great example of, them making a very smart decision about knowing about how to run these games. Anyways, so we've got travel procedures, we've got camping procedures. And again, the camping procedure is, prepare the campsite, fetch the firewood, fetch water. They can build a fire, cook a meal, set watches through the night, make wandering monsters. And yes, this type of stuff can get very repetitive, and you need to be very mindful of it. And I'm not trying to be biased here, but, I ran a hex crawl campaign in Forbidden Lands, and obviously, we haven't really gotten into Eam exactly, but it's a hex crawl. We're going to cover that Tuesday. This is a hex crawl. I've run hex crawls like this before, and in full transparency, the current hex crawl system that I like the most is the One Ring. And the reason I like the One Ring's hex crawl system is because it's not a hex crawl system. It's a journeys system. It uses a hex map to plot a journey, to draw a path. And then the system basically says, how many times along that journey do you have some sort of event? And so it can elide or, a lot of time and say, okay, well, the first event, this is going to be an 8-day journey or a 9-day journey. Okay, well, after 4 days of traveling through, rolling hills and small trees and branches, the ground becomes rocky and hard as you begin moving up into the foothills of the Misty Mountains. And then we have that first encounter. A 9-day journey in Dolmenwood is going to involve, 9 sets of, determining the weather, deciding the course, losing direction, wandering monsters, making description, end of day activity, making a camping check, setting up the meals, setting the watches, doing the wandering monsters, making a sleep check, making a constitution check to see if you get good sleep, waking up, healing a hit point, re-preparing spells for the day, and rinse repeat. Now, there is this quick camping rule, and I'm going to promise you that very quickly most people are going to start doing this anyways. So again, I'm not saying that these rules are bad. just the opposite. I think they're awesome. I love this shit. But it can get long in the tooth. It really can. And we only have so many hours to play, these games. And so while I absolutely love all these rules, and that's, by the way, without getting into the wandering encounter that might happen at night and in day. So remember, you have a wandering encounter check during the day, and you have a wandering monster check at night. And so if you're trying to get somewhere, you're trying to do something, you're trying to get to, you're trying to get from hex 0710 and you're trying to make your way to hex 018 to this little farmstead over here. And you're crossing through these forests and you're thinking, okay, well, all right, we got to get there. We'll get there. That's where the cool stuff is. That's where the thing is I want to do is, well, then you get to 069 and you have an encounter and then you get lost and you end up in this hex and then you have a counter at night and then you end up spending the whole session and you go, man, we traveled, 18 miles and we're not even remotely close to where we were trying to get. So that is the concern. And again, some people really like that kind of, everything went sideways and we got nothing accomplished, but it was, emergent and it was fun, cool, but you do have to be mindful of that. So, players should have followed the roads then. There's a good point to that. So apparently Trevor Duvall, that's me, myself, and Die, copied that system. I'm assuming you mean the One Ring system to the Broken Empires, his game that's coming out here in the next couple weeks, I imagine, or at least a couple months. Yeah. But anyways, so we've got that. We've got we got procedures for being in. Yeah, see, everything in this game has a procedure. The settlement procedure, the dungeon procedure. And for our dungeon procedure, we really have classic BX D&D here. We've got 10-minute turns. We've got you have to rest 1 turn every hour, i.e. 5 turns of exploration, 1 turn of rest. If you were in our stream last night, we talked about this actually. Wandering monsters. Here we go. Every 2 turns, you make a check. Yep. So time is your enemy. I have seen these rules before. This is like an optional. This is not part of BX. But we've often debated having a rule like this in our mega games because basically the idea is, rather than play out the entire return journey, it is sometimes convenient to use an accelerated process to exit the dungeon. For example, some groups prefer to end each session of play outside the dungeon, enabling a different group of characters and players to reconvene in the next session. See, that's a very weird statement if you're thinking about traditional modern play, right? Where you're like, wait a second, why would we have different characters? Why would we have different players the next time that we play a session? Well, because if you're playing in a classic style game, a West March style game, the players may vary from session to session. Your group might be more of a troop style play where each player has multiple PCs, or maybe you're playing a mega game. And so there's a very strong incentive to not end the game in a kind of weird spot, right? You want to end in a sort of back to relative safety. And so this option here basically says if you end the session in the dungeon and you don't get out of it and you don't escape it, you have to roll on this dungeon doom table. And for people who played Dragontide, our mega game last year, for Dragonbane, you will understand my island return journey rules were very much heavily influenced by these rules. Clobster Roll, thank you for the $10, 1 cent. Said in the Discord, but my friends of 20 years agreed to come back to TTRPGs after like 5 years, but they only want 5e. Actually, the way Clobster told us this was way more savage. Clobster said that well, how did you phrase it, Clobster? I got to find it. It was great. It was such a great Like perfect womp 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 womp. That's it. The monkey paw has curled. That was it. Kloster says, the monkey paw has curled. I have finally convinced my friends of 20 years to return to TTRPGs, and they only want to do 5e. So that was a great moment. Yeah. I mean, are they experienced with 5e, or, I mean, like, have they like not played RPGs at all in a long time? Also, Derek says, did you know that Shadow Dark is definitely D&D after all? Or, hey, says right here on the box, 5e compatible. Look at this gigantic sticker that is clearly not a sticker. It is, in fact, printed onto the box. 5e compatible. It says it right there. Look, 5e. It basically is 5e. I'm sorry, Klopster. Dr. Waits, did anyone do West Marches though? Like, didn't that get retired in the mid 70s? You know, Dr. Waits, the last time I played 5e, we had when I ran DTX, we had 9 players, and I think there was never a session where all 9 players were present. So in a way, it was kind of like a West Marches type game. It was a smaller scale West Marches type game, but you know, we would usually get 4 to 7 of the 9 players, and we had 2 players, Smith and George, who I think were present in every session that we ran. And so by the end of the campaign, you know, they were a good level or 2 levels higher than other people who didn't make it to as many sessions. So I think they were like level 6. And I think we had people in the campaign that were, I think the party ranged from level 3 to level 6. So yeah, I mean, I guess it was kind of like a pseudo West Marches light. But anyways, it's interesting that you have this, you know, this paragraph here, which is just so, you know, out of the ordinary, and it looks like something you would see for one of our mega games, you know. When will you add the womp womp? Oh, I have it right here. No, the thing I wanted to add was my the air horn. Yes, self-confessed cynic. There was also a great one. I think it might have been Force Ike. I'm not sure. It made me chuckle. But they were like, I just he's like, I just finished a 5e campaign and I gave my group an ultimatum. They're either I'm running something different or someone else, you know, either I'm running a different game or someone else is GMing. Anyways, I've heard playing 5e Druids is pretty good. That was pretty good. So anyways, by the way, here is our encounter rules. Again, it's an encounter sequence. First, we roll for surprise. It's an entire side being surprised. You have a 2 in 6 chance of being surprised. Then you randomly determine how far away you are. And then we go to combat, and here we have the combat procedure. Each side, it's a side based. So we have group phased initiative. First, everybody makes their intention before anybody rolls. They have to make an intent to cast a spell, use a fairy rune, or retreat from melee. Then each side rolls a d6. So the players and the foes, the highest acts first. Then we do movement, then we do missile attacks, then we do magic, and then we do melee attacks. Then the other side acts. So this is actually a little bit more of a, you know, everyone goes, then everyone else goes. So this actually isn't the normal. This isn't my preferred phased initiative side. This is kind of a variant. This is basically just everybody goes. What's interesting, though, is like everyone in your party would move first, then everybody who was making a missile attack would make their missile attacks. Then everybody casting a spell would cast their spells. Then everybody making a melee attack would make their melee attack. And then the other side goes. What I prefer is where you go side A, side B, side A, side B, side A, side B, side A, side B. Keith Hulu says, I've suffered under this initiative system. You think 5E/PF2E combat is slow. You ain't seen nothing yet. Damian Williams. All this exploration talk is why I want you to review the Advanced 5th Edition GM book. Exploration is the tech that really differentiates it from 5e. Well, I don't know that we're ever going to look at Advanced 5th Edition, the game, but the GM book, maybe. Maybe. Although, you know, we were looking, someone was mentioning the D&D 2024 DM book, which I own and haven't read. And there was actually some really cool stuff in there, some cool tech, some new stuff, some very PBTA coded stuff. So maybe we need to do like a GM guide deep dive series, right? Where we pick like 5 or 6 GM guides and we go deep. Dr. Waits, that is the way that traditional BX, or that's the way traditional phased initiative works. But in this game, it's just all of you go, then all of them go. So it's basically if your side wins initiative. I don't know where they are. But if you played BX with me, I don't know if I have any in here. They might be in my travel card. My travel. Oh, here we go. Well, I don't have all of them, but what I have a set of these. They're a set of laminated cards, and each player gets one of these sets. There's also one that says movement, and all you do is you have your little stack of cards, and at the beginning of the round, during declaration, during the declaration phase, all a player does is just, if they're going to be meleeing, they just throw their melee down in front of them. If you're going to be using magic, you just throw magic down, and then apparently I had to make some because I didn't have enough the last time I played. And here's like a withdraw card. So you have like a little deck of 5 cards. And so we find it to be really, really fast. Because usually when I'm playing BX also, during this declaration phase, I will set a 20-second or 15-second egg timer on the board. And, I'll put it down. And if you don't have a card down before the egg timer runs out, you don't get to go that round. Or I think one time when I was playing, because I use these during Shadow Dark too, because I changed Shadow Dark's initiative to use these. I would let you do something, but you had disadvantage to all of your actions that round or whatever. And so basically, the party has like a few seconds to be like, what are you doing? He's like, okay, I'm rushing in. Okay, I'm rushing in. I'm playing melee. And then everyone's rushing around and then you put it all down. Anyways, that was my, that was the way I've had these, I made these forever ago for when I run BX, at cons. So I've had these for, I don't know, 20 years or something. But I've always found that to be very, very effective. It's very fast, and people like having their little cards that they can, throw down in front of them, and it makes it really, really quick. So, and then we just go through it. Now, the way I do initiative is I do alternating phased initiative, and I don't do it in the order this is. So this would not be my preferred initiative. I will say that. I like it when you go through the phases, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the way I do it typically is I do magic last. In my mind, the people who are casting spells have to be able to survive through the whole round of both missile fire and melee fire. And if they don't get hit and take damage, then at the end of the round, their spells go off. So I usually go missile, then movement, then missile, then movement, then melee, then magic. And I do it with theater of the mind. So, anyways, this is the combat procedure of the game. And by the way, you'll notice it's part of the rules of the game. The referee makes a morale check for monsters and NPCs if it is applicable. So there you go. Why does missile go first if firing an arrow takes forever? Well, generally speaking, missile fire goes first. Well, number one, I don't know that firing an arrow takes forever, but a couple of things. Number one, in BX D&D, or at least the way I ran it, and I've always run it, if someone's in melee with you, you can't use a missile weapon at all. It's not even an option. So it's none of this like modern day, like, yeah, you can still use a longbow when someone's in front of you attacking you, with a weapon. So right off the bat, you can't do that. Number two, the reason why missile goes first is because presumably if someone is moving to engage the person with a missile weapon, you're going to shoot them before they get to you. Secondly, I don't know. I've seen that what is he, like that Polish guy who can like jump in the air and shoot like 3 shots before he lands. And that's just some random Polish guy on YouTube. So I think his name's like Jans or something. Yars. We're all nerds here. You've seen it. Don't act like you haven't seen it. You've seen it. Anyways, point is, but yeah, anyways, also remember too, that, I don't know what they are here, but, in BX D&D, a combat round is a minute. So they make their combat round 10 seconds. So a attack roll doesn't even represent a single swing. An attack roll actually represents an attack routine, You have to kind of get away from the idea. Now, to be fair, in original BX, a combat round was like a full minute. So, or in AD&D, it was a full minute. So it was much more of like a lengthy procedural thing. So anyways, point is, in my mind, in my mental model, if I am an archer, the only way I'm going to be able to shoot is if nobody is in melee with me. And that means that if someone is closing to melee with me, they are going to do it in the next phase, which is a movement. And so I would be able to shoot them before they got to me. That's my mental model. Anyways. Also, didn't you see Lord of the Rings? Look at Legolas at the Battle of Amonhen. He tears those Uruk-hai up. Right. Right. Anyways, so we've got movement. What Muso Legolas, 100%. Yeah, look what happens to Boromir. He gets tore up. Note, by the way, if a battle is going against them, combatants may decide to retreat, flee, or surrenders. Players always make this decision for their characters, but the referee may roll for monsters or NPCs. Roll 2d6. If it exceeds their morale breaks, and they try to surrender or flee in the next round. Otherwise, they keep fighting. Typically, a single morale check is made for all members of a side. When do you check? The first time a combatant on the same side is killed, and when half of a side has been killed or defeated. Okay? Think about that. This means that if you're fighting 10 goblins and your group wins initiative and your cool archer fighter dude pulls out their bow and shoots one of the goblins in the face, at the end of the first round of combat, all of the goblins might run away. because you killed one. So, and guess what? I think that's very realistic. And then after you've killed half of them, and everybody knows, by the way, everybody knows this. Once you've killed, like if you're fighting 4 monsters, once you've killed half of them, come on, that's cleanup mode. You know that. You know that. You've got the advantage. You're going to win. So what's great about a morale is it basically kind of ends up ending the fight when it starts to get boring. Anyways, point is, you're going to make 2 checks. Once when the first person's killed, and the second time when half of the side has been killed. I also will typically call for a check if there's an obvious leader character. So even if they're the third monster killed, if the leader goes down, then I will get rid of it. And by the way, the ref can apply a +2 or -2 to the combatant's morale. So maybe if their leader is dead, you give them a penalty to their morale. So we've got some optional rules. This was definitely not in BXD&D, but we've got attacking with 2 options. These are all optional rules, by the way. We've got attacking with 2 weapons. We've got charging into melee, which, to be clear, this is something that I do in my BX, is I have a charging rule. You have to declare it before initiative. There's a death's door rule, so that you don't die at just 0 hit points. Instead, you are lingering. Each round, you have a 33% chance of just dying. And if someone can heal you instantaneously, such as with a magic potion or healing spell, you are restored to 1 hit point. Characters brought back from death's door suffer a permanent loss of 1 point from a random ability score. So you want to talk about paying the piper, paying the price. Nasty. I love it. Fighting water, invisible, firing in a melee, the whole 9 yards. And here is another lengthy example of combat. All right, so that is going to finish up the basic rule set. We've got a full calendar as well with an optional rule for moon signs. Characters born in the mortal world come inevitably under the sway of the moon. And you can roll randomly to see what moon you were born under and what effect that moon sign has on you. That's kind of cool. Here are all the noble houses of Dolmenwood. The religion of Dolmenwood. And we mentioned before, too, by the way, that there is kindred classes, which are classes that are also races. So if you wanted to be the elf kindred class, where your class is elf, you like in the classic BXD&D, you can do this. Very cool. And then the rear papers is a great summary of all the equipment, horses, fungi, and the rules for camping and travel, which is pretty good for players. And again, like I said, the front is this sort of artistic rendering of Dolmenwood. So that is going to bring us to the campaign guide. And again, we have this really cool looking cover art. The goats are in the house, all written by Gavin Norman. And what do we get here in this book? Well, a couple of things. And again, I don't really want to give spoilers, so I'm going to try to avoid stuff. But we get the Secrets of Dolmenwood, which we will try to avoid. People may play this. But you can see here that it breaks down about the regions, we know that there's these mystical ley lines that cross through Dolmenwood. And again, without, hopefully without spoiling too much, I apologize, but this is what the referee, if you're the campaign, if you're the GM, this is what your map looks like, right? Where where the secret fortresses are and the towns and the secret stuff like that. So look away, but needless to say, the Secrets of Dolmenwood, about the ley lines, the shrines, the fairies, all of this stuff is kind of laid low to you. Then we talked about this before. This game has established factions. And what's really great about a hex crawl is what makes a hex crawl work. There's the same thing that makes a dungeon crawl work. It's factions. It's people, right? Land doesn't vote. People do. So, one of the cool things that you can, and one of the things that you really should do is figure out ways to what are each of these factions' goals, and how does the passage of time, how does the events of the player characters, how does the actions or the inactions, how do the successes and the failures of the players impact what these factions are doing and what they're trying to do. And this is at the heart of, the fronts system that we talk about all the time in Blades in the Dark, or Powered by the Apocalypse, or the clocks in Blades in the Dark. Figure out, we got 4 pages on each of these factions. What do the Droon want? What do the witches want? What does the Plurotine Church want? And it talks about the relationship between the factions themselves and the factions and adventurers. So, use these and utilize them, because that's how you make the game a more than just randomly wandering from hex to hex to hex. Is, you figure out how your actions are influencing people. And this is how a game can truly take off on its own. And when people say that bullshit, that truism, which is good advice, but it doesn't really help anybody, prep situations, not plots. All right, the situation might be that the human, one of the human noble houses wants to, I don't know, build a bridge or something over some river, and that's upsetting the witches or something. And so, depending on what the players do, that's going to influence and infect the witches' plans, the nobles' plans, how they view the player characters, their relationship with each other, their relationship with this, and that can lead you emergently to a whole storyline where, I don't know, the witches end up, summoning some dark creature that they can't control because the player characters put them into a tough spot, and all this other stuff. So really cool advice. So then we get a whole section on running a campaign, a whole section on exploring the wild, talking about seasons, weather, fishing, foraging. We then get detailed 4-page spreads on all of the major settlements of the settlements, I should say, of the Dolmenwood. And then, yes, a 1-page description for every single hex in the game, which I think is amazing. The fact that every single one of these hexes, none of these hexes are empty. And you know what? I think these are 6-mile hexes. Is there a scale on this thing? Somehow there's no scale on this thing. I think these are 6-mile hexes. That's a large area of land. Yes, every hex crawl, every hex should have something in it, right? A 6-mile across hex is a really large area of land. What is it, like 20-something square miles or something? So I don't think it's crazy to assume that every hex is going to have something in it. And that's what makes this great. A lot of times when you buy a hex, if you've watched my dungeon design series, you know that, no. This is not, listen, there's going to be something, but that's not the point. The point is you're buying a game, not something that is realistic. It's like what I say with dungeon rooms. When people design, when you buy a dungeon, yes, probably in an ancient rune, there should be empty rooms in a dungeon. But I think that's bullshit. You're paying for that. I don't care if it's realistic. Like, don't sell me an empty room. Don't sell me an empty hex. Put something there. Make it up. And so, what does hex 1207 contain? I can't just spoil it, but all right. Spoilers. Look away. Crystal caves around the fog lake. There is apparently a dungeon. A series of holes in the ground that lead down to the lakeshore. There's also the Mizzle door, some sort of hidden secret door, a ferry road entrance. And then there's also the fog lake itself, which has a crystal brewer and the winds, the fog clearing winds that blow from the lake. By the way, this format is wonderful. Each page, you get the name of the location, you get the hex, you get this kind of like subtitle, you get a little inset map for every single hex. Wonderful. This is such a nice. I as a GM, I cannot stress how much I love the format of what they have decided to do here. Everything's on one page. I don't need to go to the map. Here's the map. And it's not just that hex, it's the surrounding hexes as well. Okay? Yes, the map is also hyperlinked to the hexes. Look at that. I want to know what's in 1307. Boom, click 1307. I want to know what's in 1207. Boom, click 1207. Amazing. Wonderful utility. Incredibly well made. Oh, I want to know, it's so cool that each adjacent hex. It's like, oh, 1206. Cool. Here's 1206. Oh, I want to go to Prigmort. Here's 1106. And here we go. Prigmort. And that's just so cool. So very, very neat. Then we get the specific terrain type. We get the lost chance. Again, all the information that was already told us in the book, in the player book, is reminded here just so the GM doesn't have to look it up. Right? The GM could look it up, but we just put it right here because that makes it a lot easier. And then we get, 1 to 2 to 3 different features that are in this hex, as well as an NPC, which is set aside in this, different bar, this kind of sidebar. So like every page mostly has some sort of NPC, monster, different locations, a couple of different locations. You just get a ton of stuff, a ton of value from these hexes. It's actually incredible. And as a GM, this is now, if there's a complaint to be made, I'm not saying this should be a complaint, but if there's a complaint to be made, it's that this campaign setting doesn't give you the dungeons. Like, for example, you're like, oh, cool. Here in Hex 1207, the Crystal Caves around Fog Lake, the most notable feature of this site is the so-called Crystal Caves. Okay, where's the Crystal Caves? Where's the dungeon? Where's the map? Well, that doesn't exist. You'll either have to make it yourself, or, I don't know, maybe Gavin and Necrotic Gnome are planning on releasing that as a separate dungeon. And so, if there is a, now that's like complaining. So Musgrab answered our question right there. There will be a book later this year that will contain 20 to 30 layers / dungeons. So that will be great. There you go. But that's the hardest part. Well, there you go. They're going to sell it to you some other way. I mean, is that the hardest part? I don't know. I think the hex crawl, I think creating the hex map is harder, but I will say that, if you look at like Northern Reaches, we used to have 3 different types of sessions. We had monster hunts, we had dungeons, or we had delves, and then we had dungeons. And the idea basically was that we envisioned there being 3 types of dungeons. One was the monster lair, which is like a 1 to 2, maybe 3 room dungeon. I use the term loosely, which is basically just kind of like a one and done. It's like one group of monsters. Maybe it's just one monster, like a chimera or a griffin or something like that. And basically it's just a monster lair. You go in there, you fight it, maybe there's a little bit of things about it. Then you have a delve, and a delve is what most people these days would call, a dungeon. It's like a 5 to 7 room dungeon. A 1-page dungeon might be what we would call a delve. And the term, actually, for us, Smith and I, these are the terms Smith and I use, comes from the 4th edition book, Dungeon Delve. And Dungeon Delve was a book in 4th edition where you had these 3 to 5 room dungeons that were basically designed to be played in a session. There wasn't a lot of repeatability. It was kind of a one and done. You could think of them as a one shot within a campaign. So that was a delve. And then the highest tier was a dungeon. And a dungeon is, 20 or more rooms, 30, not necessarily a mega dungeon, but there could be, 20 or more rooms. There might be multiple levels where you have 30 or 40 rooms. So a dungeon is a proper thing. And those should be, rarer. There shouldn't be that many dungeons in your campaign because, not every hex can have one of these things. And in fact, to a certain extent, if something's that ancient and powerful, it should probably be fairly rumored and well-known. So it's kind of like an inverse pyramid where, Dolmenwood for me might, like if I look at Crystal Caves, I'm thinking that this might be a delve, right? I might design, if I had to write this dungeon, I would probably write this dungeon as a sort of, 5 to 7 room dungeon. I might make it as a point crawl because it's kind of natural. And, when it's something is, when I say natural, I mean like not like straight lines and corridors. It's kind of like moving through caves and through tunnels and through natural features and a lot of verticality potentially to it. It might be easier to do, that as a point crawl. So I would design this as sort of like a delve. Now, Vince says Neverland is a similar format and potentially better. So for those of you who don't know what that is, actually, he just came out with a new book. Is it Wonderland? Now, his version of this is from Neverland. His version is much more procedural. It's much more random, right? So, when you get to the hex with the Jolly Roger, you roll randomly, roll randomly, roll randomly, roll randomly, roll randomly. No, this is Neverland. You're saying Wonderland is old. No, I think Oz. I think Oz was the first one. Neverland, I think, was next, and then I think the most recent one that I don't have is Wonderland. So I still need to get Wonderland. By the way, I think these books are great too. Andrew Cole makes some amazing stuff, but it's a little bit more like. It's a little bit more Mythic Bastion land. It's a little bit more Mythic Bastion landy, where it's a little bit more, random, and it's not quite as hard prep. It's more of like idea generators and there's kind of more of like a vague, it's a little bit more random than what we've been seeing here. This is pretty written in stone. Anyways, this is a great. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Every single hex in this, every single hex has these details. Every settlement, right? Anything that's like the little, that has a name with like the little houses. Every settlement gets a 4-page spread with this, again, this kind of woodcut appearance map. And again, you get you get a key, you get encounters during the day, encounters during the night, what kind of equipment is available. You get kind of like some information about the town, some quirks, some hooks potentially. And you also get NPCs. And again, some of, so very cool. Oh, so this one, look at this one. I think this is one of the main towns in the game, actually. Yeah, Castle Brackenwold is, I think, the main town. So this one has like 8 pages. So anyways, awesome stuff, right? Very, very powerful, very, very useful. And again, just, even as you look here on the side of the page, just every hex has these cool things and cool moments. Now, again, if your campaign is just your characters randomly wandering from hex to hex and encountering various random things, it'll feel like a bunch of random nonsense. What you need to do is you need to figure out what are the characters' goals, what are the factions' goals, how do the players interact with those factions, how do the events that happen at, the derelict windmill or King Pushkin's Road or at the Palace of the Witch Queen, how do those affect the other elements of the game? Now, we still haven't finished going through the rest of the game here. Because someone just asked me to do this. So I want to go back all the way back to the table of contents. So again, settlements and hex descriptions. We end with treasure and some appendices. So again, I'm not going to get too much into the factions and powers because again, it's maybe a little bit spoilerly, but they basically show the factions overview. What are their plans? What are their schemes? Who are some of the key NPCs? And what is their area of influence within the campaign? So I think that's really cool. So what I do want to spend some time here is with running a campaign and talking GM advice about how you actually make this work. Number one, again, I find this formatting to be very readable. It's interspersed with, just enough art to keep it not horrible. Large size font, easy to read, clearly delineated layout. So first, do whatever you want. Don't be afraid to fuck something up. Add locations, add characters, kill characters. Who cares? Okay. Second, campaign styles. First, player-driven campaigns. Dolmenwood is presented as a sandbox hex crawl style setting with a map of wild areas. With little prep, they can start playing a settlement, present players with local rumors of adventure or intrigue, and then allow the events to fold. And that's the key. You have to give them that initial set of information, rumors. You have to give them something that they can sink their teeth into. You can't just set them down and say, go. In this case, the standard rules for awarding XP based on monsters defeated and treasure recovered work marvelously. Sorta. It works marvelously if what your players are after is gold. If nobody in your players group is interested in amassing treasure, that model will not work. Alternatively, the referee could focus the campaign on themes or plots, which they give us a list of on the next page. Suggestions. It is common for the PCs to ally with one or more of Dolmenwood's major factions, performing quests to further their faction's goals. In a plot-driven campaign, the standard rules for awarding XP can sometimes feel inappropriate. Depending on the chosen plot, adventures will not always result in PCs acquiring large quantities of loot, which can slow. Instead, you may consider awarding XP for plot milestones. Well, I don't really like that either. Instead, I like a mixed campaign style. Shocking. But the referee will set an event unfolding in the background, and then the players can choose whether and how to get involved. They might make and break alliances with different factions as the campaign progresses. And in this situation, I think it's really cool to use both of these XP awarding systems. Figure out what the characters care about and offer them an XP award if they are able to accomplish that. Give them options and hooks that they can engage with. And if they choose to engage with that faction, award them XP as if they had accomplished a milestone. But also, it's D&D, it's OSE, it's Dolmenwood. Don't be afraid to give them some experience points when they go into a dangerous, dungeon and come out laden with treasure and jewels and gems and stuff like that as well. I think that's the best mix. And that's also going to be really good for your players. I've run a number of sandbox type campaigns, and the number of times that, as opposed to like what a lot of people, have with like actual plays, adventure paths. Okay. Adventure paths have this problem where when you show up on Friday, everyone knows what you're going to be doing this week, right? You're going to the next breadcrumb in the adventure path, and the combat is balanced for, all 5 players to show up. Well, what if all players don't show up? Or what if people are feeling bored this week, or maybe this week people had a rough week at work and they just want to kill monsters. The advantage of being able to have that kind of flexibility is that the group is like, you know what? We're tired of dealing with the intrigue of the fairy courts. And hey, wasn't there like a dungeon or a ruin that was like infested with goblins? Let's just go there, kill goblins, get treasure, maybe a magical item or two, and just like, let loose, have fun, throw fireballs. Does that sound good to anybody? Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to you. Sounds good to me. And let's go do that. The ability for your players, and even as a GM, to have that kind of flexibility in a campaign cannot be understated. And I can just say that for me, in close to 30 years of running games, actually over 30 years of running games, Jesus, that is a really, really, really awesome, flexibility to have available to you. So, I would say that if you really want to be super low prep and you don't want to wait for these books to come out, you get yourself Dolmenwood, you get yourself onto, something like a one-page dungeon contest, or you get yourself, some of your favorite dungeons that are old school adjacent. OSE has a number of old school dungeon adventures that they've made. You buy a couple of them that you think are interesting, or you download them for free from, One Page Dungeon, and you keep them in your back pocket, or you place them in a couple of the different hexes, or you fill them in for some of the different locations. You tweak what you need to tweak, and that way, no matter where the group decides to go, you can always just place that rumor, place that hint, and maybe the players ignore it, and maybe they come back to it a month from now or 2 months from now, and you remind them of that when they're like, oh, only 2 people showed up tonight, or only 3 people showed up instead of 5. Hey, well, I don't think we're going to be able to go, fight the head witch of the dark wood, but let's, let's go kick around the swamp and see what we can turn up. That's a really cool option. So we have basically lines and veils conversation here. Props for using elided. So the tone, talking about the whimsy and the horror, talking about the time period, the fairy, how to make fairies seem fairy, the role of the church. Take care of that guy. If you want to use Dolmenwood somewhere else. All right, here are the campaign themes. So whether you're running a campaign of freewheeling sandbox adventure or story-driven intrigue, consider the broad overarching themes and mysteries. Each major faction and power in Dolmenwood, which was earlier in the book, has schemes, many of which interlock or oppose. The referee may choose to focus on one of or more of these schemes as a major theme of the campaign. And so here are some different things that you can really, if you want to make your campaign have a little bit more focus, you could deal with the intrigue within the High Wold. You could deal with the war with Atanawu, who is like, kind of like the dark chaos god. You could deal with the return of the Cold Prince. You could deal with the restoring the fallen artifacts and relics of the church. You could set yourself in opposition to the druidic circle of the Droon and basically be like a religious order trying to, drive out this dark heretical, nature magic. So depending on what type of campaign that you're interested in, you could have, I don't want to say railroady, but you could have a much more directed campaign. Or alternatively, you could just pick 1 or 2 of these and have these events kind of going on around in the background. And if the players get involved, great. If the players don't get involved, that's cool too, because the events will still be occurring in the background. The players may start to see the consequences of their lack of action and then may choose to get involved at a later time. But either way, the decision will be theirs. And that's a very empowering place as a player character to be in that position. So again, just great advice. We get to generic GM advice here. What is the role of the referee? Now remember, this is written from an old school perspective here. So you're a facilitator. You are a judge. You are an arbiter of the rules. You are a timekeeper. Note, good advice here. I've given this advice myself. In cases if the players venture way beyond anything that you have prepped, it's perfectly fine to request a short break to consider what lies ahead. Or even if you say, is it okay if we explore that next session when I've had time to prepare? I have been in situations before where the players got to a part and they were really interested in it, and I didn't really have anything prepared, and I recognized that it would probably be better if I did. And we had an hour left of our scheduled session, and I said, hey guys, this is a really cool moment, a really cool spot. I don't have anything prepared. I'd like to be. You guys, can we end early tonight? We'll pick it up here next time, but I don't really have this, and I'm not gonna be able to do anything else tonight, but this seems like a good stopping point. I'd rather stop here than, have it be awkward. And everyone goes, yeah, I understand. I'd rather end on a good spot than, fumble our way through something. Don't feel like you have to, again, a lot of GMs nervousness, a lot of GMs anxiety comes from this completely, I think, bullshit belief that you need to appear as some sort of omniscient, omnipotent, omni-prepared individual, right? Because God forbid you violate the sanctity of the suspension of disbelief. I think that the culture of D&D, whether it's from an actual play or just a perception of it, or just shit that you read online from or see from terrible, dungeon tubers or whatever like that, has given GMs this nervousness that if they, we were talking about Oz, right? That if the GM commits the cardinal sin of letting the curtain down and showing the players that, actually, hey guys, behind the scenes, this isn't a real world. Actually, it's just me making it up back here. That they're going to ruin everyone's, immersion. Yeah, Cinnabos, because that's the most important thing. No, immersion isn't the most important thing. And I actually think immersion is kind of a bad thing. That's right. I think it's a bad thing. So, it's, I share that belief with Emmanuel Galetto, the author of Fabula Ultima. And Dr. White says, some players prefer to think that all of this has been planned. Yeah, no, it's not. And you know what? Fuck those players. Fuck them. Fuck them. Kick them out. They suck. It's just not realistic. It's not tenable. It leads to GM burnout. It leads to all sorts of inadequacy problems amongst GMs, performance issues. They have a hard time. I just think that players sit there with these. GMs imagine their players sitting there with these virtual guns to their head, to the GM's head of, don't break the immersion or I'm going to be upset. Don't break the verisimilitude or I'm going to be upset. This whole thing has to be like a real world. This simulation is, it's such bullshit. I cannot stress enough how much I really don't like that style of play because of all of the really bad psychological and play pattern problems it introduces into a game. It's just not tenable. It's not smart, and it should be avoided. People should discuss the game openly and like adults with a mind towards respect and it's such a crazy, untenable solution that people have come up with. And it's crazy. Red Duck, how would you handle it if you came to a spot you weren't prepared for in the first 30 minutes? Guys, that sounds really awesome, but in complete transparency, I have none of that prepared. And so if that's where you really want to go, we're not gonna be able to do that tonight. So I'm totally down for going that direction, but in the interest of, making the most value out of tonight, how about we do something else? And if you guys would still like to go that direction, we can pick that up next time. And I will do the prep. And we can absolutely go there next time. On the other hand, if you're fine, free balling it, Go for it. Yeah. No, there's no shame in punting. There's no shame in punting. So we got advice about player agency, all the other good stuff here, describing the unknown, and lots of stuff about, good GM advice here. Kai says, I think believing that everything is pre-planned is somewhat of a kayfabe, especially if someone already ran a game before. It is kayfabe. That it absolutely is that, And when you meet somebody, I don't know if this still happens. I remember this used to happen in the 90s when I was growing up. I knew people who really did think that wrestling was real. And it was kind of sad, What's that word? Oh, kayfabe? Kayfabe is the term used for basically the suspension of disbelief, the imaginary world that the world of professional wrestling, like the WWE, is real. That it's not entertainment television. Oh, it's just two syllables. I thought it was kayfabe. Kayfabe. Okay. Anyways, kayfabe apparently is how it's pronounced. And it's this, that Stone Cold Steve Austin really did, throw that person off a bridge because he wanted a shot at the belt, and they actually think it's real. Like they're watching, like as if they were watching, the NFL or the NBA, that it's not scripted sports entertainment television. So it is absolutely a real performance. They are absolutely incredible actors and physical athletes. But it is definitely, it is not real in the sense that the supposed plot is real. It is orchestrated. It is scripted. It is, whatever. I was never much. Now, to be clear, my interest in the WWF ended when my interest entered and left with the Attitude Era, and I will admit, a Rock fan when I was younger. I was never a huge Stone Cold fan. I liked the Rock. I was the people's champ. Kane was okay. Undertaker was cool. I've seen some great interviews with Undertaker over the last 5 to 10 years since he retired. It's just so great hearing all these people's stories, and it's such an interesting and fascinating, interesting. So I've been out, but during that era, when in the Attitude Era, when the McMahon, when the McMahons were engaged in the, when Shane, I still remember there was I don't know if it was a WrestleMania or something like that, or maybe it was a cage match, but I remember Shane McMahon entered, and he was just wearing a black WWF t-shirt, and he's just a guy. He's just the owner of the organization's son. And I remember him going off of the top of the cage with a flying elbow. And, of course, this was during the era of the Mankind Undertaker Hell in a Cell match. And, my God, they killed him. My God, they killed him. As God is my witness, he is broken in half, Tasty Trekkie says, can you smell what the Rock is cooking? was fun. It was, it was over the top. But to think it was real, I find disturbing. I've been generally led to believe that the McMahons are pretty terrible people. And certainly Vince McMahon has a long laundry list of sexual harassment and other crimes against him. But I respect the shit out of Shane O'Mac. Okay? Exactly. Force. We used to call him Shane O'Mac. Did they call him that? Shane O'Mac? I think they did call him Shane O'Mac. But I love Shane. I love Shane McMahon so much. Stephanie was hot. Shane McMahon was awesome. It was great. They did call him Shane O'Mac. Okay. For whatever reason, this was a long time ago, Klopster, but like calling him Shane O'Mac. In fact, there used to be when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I worked at this .com. So this was like late 90s. I worked at this .com, and our in-house counsel was Shane, and we used to call him Shane O'Mac. Oh, it was 100% soap opera for teens. And by the way, that's what makes this PBTA game so interesting, which is Worldwide Wrestling. Is like this is like an actual wrestling game in the sense that your characters have to your wrestling has to play the politics of the back office politics, and you have to try to get airtime, and you cut promos, and get good matches for yourself so that you can get your name out there, and develop rivalries. But again, you do it it's not this game isn't treating wrestling like it's real. It's treating it like it's a business. And, you create the feuds, and then you get into the ring, and, you play out that feud and whatever like that. And so it's all about literally being like a wrestler, which is really, really cool. It's a really interesting game. I've only played it at conventions, but have I done a first look? No, I don't think I have done a first look of Worldwide Wrestling. But it's all full of wrestling terms, they talk about booking a match and being a baby face and a heel, and a count out and a dusty finish, and it's just this whole thing, and you track how much popularity you're gaining with the crowds from event to event and all this other stuff. It's really great. It's like, if you're really into wrestling, I got to imagine it's even better, but yeah, it's pretty cool. That was by the way, that was a very nice, this is a deep cut for anybody who is that was a very nice shitty morph. If that's what you meant to be, if you meant to do that as a shitty morph, well done. But anyways, back to Dolmenwood. We went on a little wrestling thing there. I will also say that for my money, the Edge and Christian versus Hardy Boys ladder match circa 99, 2000 was, for my money, one of the best athletic wrestling performances of all time. It was incredible. I remember just being blown away by what I was seeing and what these people were doing that in theory was supposed to be safe. And somehow I was convinced there's no way that this is safe. That person just fell from the top of a 20-foot ladder. I'm sorry. That's just not safe. Anyways. Designing adventures. Advice on creating adventure sites and drawing PCs towards them. So yeah, we got a lot of cool advice here. Hey, look, the aforementioned universal truism: prep situations, not plots. which is, again, I call it a truism because it's not really actually advice. It's just more of like, it's not actionable. It doesn't actually tell you what to do. It just tells you what to not do. Yeah, this is all good stuff. So we've got now this designing dungeons advice looks like it is basically the random dungeon creator from BXD&D, which is to say it's not particularly good. Yeah, it is not. So this, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this. This is the single worst thing that you could ever do. I think this page, now this is not something that Gavin Norman created. This is something that
Clubster roll tip $10. I support wrestling tangents.
all right, noted. We can look, we tangent on everything else. We've tangented on musicals on this channel. We've tangented on woodworking. We've tangented on sailing. We were due for a wrestling tangent as well. A lot of good fun. Again, the place that I worked, they would they didn't pay for it. They had an illegal cable hookup. And we would watch WrestleMania, we would watch the Royal Rumble, and we were all young guys. We were all like 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, and they would they'd get pizza and wings and bar food from the bar across the street. People that were old enough to drink, were allowed to drink. Some people who were not old enough to allow to drink were still allowed to drink. And they would basically set up because our office also had like a party room attached to it somehow, because like the guy who ran our business, his dad owned the entire building, the whole building, and the building was it was like a executive recruiter. It was like a tanning salon, and it was this kind of like party center, and then there was like this basement side area where our offices were for this .com, and we would get access to the party center. It was a lot of fun, and it was just a good era, I think, in terms of wrestling. It had just some of the greatest characters, of my opinion, of all time, and also I was at the right time and place. So thank you, Klopster. Tasty Strecky, thank you for the super chat. And oh my God, what's that? OSC is coming out of the locker room. They've got a steel chair. Are they here to help Dolmenwood or D&D 2024? Oh my God, that's great. That's so great. Yeah. Whenever there was a surprise person, that would come out and betray somebody, it was fun. It was fun. I will fully admit it. But I thought it was more fun knowing that it was a soap opera. I enjoyed being in on the joke, or in on the idea. The idea that I would think that it was real is crazy. But I love how it was always a steel chair. You're absolutely right, Tasty Trekkie. So while we're speaking of fake things, this is terrible advice. I'm going to say this. And again, this isn't Gavin Norman's problem. This is information that has been around since 1981. This is not how you should make a dungeon. And I think people have been making dungeons like this for 40 years, 50 years. And I think it has led to a lot of really bad, shitty dungeons. And I'm also inclined to think that a lot of people who are still making dungeons today, even if they aren't using this methodology, are using a methodology that is essentially rooted in the same core belief. And that is this. First, you're like, oh, what is my dungeon? You think of something that's going to be clever and cool and weird and fantastical, and you're like, oh, what if it's a giant tree? Cool. Or what if it's inside of a giant mushroom, right? The new modern OSR is obsessed with like, where can we like really make a shitty, like what's the weirdest thing that we could put a dungeon in? Okay. Secondly, you're like, oh, and there's like, goblins there. Or no, they're like fairy goblins, right? The weirder the monster, the stranger the circumstances, the better. Then you just draw a map. And note that, there's really no advice. Good props to Gavin for including things like varied environment and non-linear routes. But like for the most part, it's just like, just draw a map. And then once the map is drawn, stock the dungeon. This is the term that's been used since 1981. Stock the dungeon. And that just means throw shit in the room. And this table is straight out of 1981's BX D&D book, which is just roll randomly. Oh, there's a trap here. This one's empty. This one has a creature. This one's just got some weird thing in it. Why? No one knows. It's just some cool encounter that I thought would be fun to put in to the dungeon. It doesn't really match or fit with anything, and it's just some weird trick. There are so many OSR adventures that I see that just have these random pointless encounters or random pointless magic items that just do some weird thing, and it doesn't tie into anything, and it's just there because some person thought it would be some weird, cool encounter that apparently is what has come to define OSR. I hate this. But then here's 17 symbols for mapping your dungeon. By the way, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that unless you started playing D&D before 1998, you have never in your life once created or used a one-way or a one-way secret door. This is some Gary Gygax shit that for the most part has been dead and out of the, this is the hallmark of like the Gary Gygax style of dungeon design. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't think anybody even remotely even knows why this stuff is here and what this has to do with dungeons. Tasty Trekkie, thank you for another super chat. Really good. Your mom. The weirdest place you could put a dungeon is inside the decaying corpse of one of the PC's mother, and everyone has to be shrunk down to find the MacGuffin in their mother's corpse. I wouldn't be surprised if that isn't an OSR dungeon. In fact, if you're pulling my leg, you are succeeding, because I would completely believe that is an OSR adventure that somebody wrote and published and put on DM's Guild or something like that, or whatever, or Drive-Thru RPG. Ashton, what's up? 5e seems to be going in a very boring linear way with their 5-room dungeon model. Absolutely. As well as it's just go in, kill a thing, then kill another thing, get the treasure, and leave. Yes. It's barely even a dungeon. John says, agreed. I've only seen one-way secret doors on a map. No one ever uses them. Dr. Waite says, I've been DMing since 1989 and I've never used them. Osiris Monster, you are exactly right. Okay, it reminds me of dwarves and their abilities to detect sloped passages. So for those of you who aren't aware, the danger level of a dungeon, okay, the danger level of a dungeon is equal, or is supposed to be equal, to the level of the dungeon. In other words, level 1 of a dungeon is supposed to have 1 hit die monsters. And the random encounter table for level 1 is supposed to mostly contain creatures from level 1, although there may be some monsters on there from level 2. When your character goes down a set of stairs, your character will move to level 2. And you'll obviously be very aware that you're at level 2. And that means that now the monsters are 2 hit dice, meaning they roll 2d8 for their hit points, just like a level 2 character. In other words, they are now level 2. Now they are level 2 monsters. More difficult, more hit points, better abilities. You get the gist. And the random encounters would be more difficult. So going from, say, level 2 to level 3 means increasing the difficulty. And so one of the tricks that GMs used to use, that Gary Gygax used to use, is that sometimes you'd be walking down a corridor, and that corridor would actually be very slightly angled. And so over the course of that, say, 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 foot corridor, you would actually, without knowing it, have gone from level 2 to level 3. And so when your character comes and, turns the corner on that corridor, and they see another corridor with some some doors and some hallways and some archways, you, the player characters, think you're still on level 2 of the dungeon, that the monsters you're going to be fighting are going to be level 2 monsters, that the random encounter table is going to be level 2 monsters. But in reality, unbeknownst to you, you have been secretly deceived and you are now on level 3. And that means that the monsters are going to be tougher and the random encounters are going to get ya. And this was like part of the aesthetic and part of the mantra of like dungeon design in like the 70s and even into the 80s. And that's why dwarves had the ability to detect sloping passages. That was like an the GM can't fuck with you that way thing. That's why dwarves have that, eventually. So dwarves originally started off with like the ability to detect slope passages. And then they realized that was really weird. And so as you got into like 3rd edition, they got rid of that. But instead it said dwarves have the ability to basically detect how far underground they are, because they like kept the theme of that ability, but they realized it didn't make any sense anymore, but they didn't want to get rid of it because D&D hates getting rid of its, vestigial organs. And they kept it. And it's correct. So many of Gary Gygax's dungeon tricks are just to fuck with D&D tournament players who annoyed the fuck out of him. And that is entirely the reason that the Tomb of Horrors exists. On a completely separate diatribe, so many people saw Tomb of Horrors, which in a certain sense was almost a sort of a petty, you can either view it as like the petty lashing out of a narcissistic control freak GM, or as kind of an uber troll of annoying players. Either way, that it like became somehow the model for what an OSR dungeon is. This grindhouse, dungeon. Anyways, long story short, one-way doors and one-way secret doors were ways that Gary Gygax used to fuck with the players. Because the idea was you didn't know it was a one-way door, right? You would go through it and gotcha. Now you can't go back the way that you came. Now you're stuck on this side of the dungeon and you might not know how to get back to your safe spot, how to get back out. Now you're stuck, right? Your torches, your food. Will you have enough food? Will you have enough spells? Oh, so it's really like a exploration challenge. But they don't talk about that here. They just throw in one-way doors and one-way secret doors, and you're like, I don't know, what the fuck am I supposed to use this for? Anyways. Point is, I think that building a dungeon using this procedure creates really bad dungeons. And even if people aren't specifically using this OSE dungeon procedure, which again, it's not Gavin Norman's fault. This is just from 1981's BXD&D. I think a lot of people make their dungeons this way. Even people who publish them, they kind of figure out like some vibes, like what would be cool and edgy, what would be cool and edgy and weird. It's always got to be cool, edgy, weird. Like that's the thing. Like if you go to ChatGPT, and you go, give me 20 ideas or themes for a cool, edgy, weird dungeon / location. And then they go, okay, what do we got? And then they go, okay, we've got 20. We got, the molting cathedral. Oh, the black orchard, the salt ziggurat, the time-sick halls, the ashen library, the skin market, the echo court, the hollow saint, the glass womb, the whispering pit, right? And you might be thinking, well, you're like, wow, these actually sound like shit that would become from, these sound like edgelord, weird fantasy, Lamentations of the Flame Princess-esque things, But this is the methodology. So first, you come up with some super duper weird edgelord type thing, okay? And then, right, you pick some equally edgelord weird denizens. Oh, okay, we're in the echoing court, right? Or no, what was it? Okay, yeah, we're in the echoing court, all right? And and it's inhabited by these priests who have like sewn their ears shut because the echoes have driven them mad. And so there's an order of silent priests right? Who ritualistically, carve their tongues out and they sew their ears shut so that they can't hear the echoes. And then there's another group of priests who became corrupted. They went mad because the echoes got inside of their heads. And now they're like these corrupted mutant priest creatures that, have like sonic shrieking powers, right? And it's all super edgy. So then you get that. You got that step 2. And then step 3 is you just draw, just a map. And you don't really actually care if the map has a good layout. You just make the map look cool. Props, bonus points if you make it look like Dyson logos drew it. Okay. Then you stock the dungeon. You just throw weird, random shit into rooms. And, you're like, oh, here's a room where the failures of your past crystallize before you, clear as day. What the fuck is the point of this room? Oh, the failures of your past. They haunt your nightmares. What is going on right now? What is the point of this room? Nothing. It drives me insane. Hey, by the way, it disturbs me that everyone's like, this sounds sick. Mark Lore says, you are just describing Dark Souls Elden Ring, which is probably why people are like, oh, wow, yeah, this is great. What? Darky, edgy, lordy fantasy? Self-confess this sounds cool. You should make this into a dungeon. I don't know, Derek. This sounds pretty fun. God damn it. Tim says, this is making a case for doing this, by the way. This sounds pretty awesome. Or this sounds pretty good. Right. So I don't think that concept was cool, to be clear. I think that concept seems just overly edgy and dark lord and just edge lord, and I don't like it. It's not my deal. Again, I don't think I'm not a Morkborg guy. I'm not a Lamentations of the Flame Princess guy. I'm not a DCC guy. I guess I'm not a Dark Souls, Elden Ring, super edgelord, Oh, what creatures are these? Oh, these creatures, their arms are all scarred and they attack you with their blood after they slit their wrists and they spray their painful blood into your face while they cry about how like their parents never loved them. I'm just like, I hate this. I hate it. Anyways, so my main complaint is that there's not a more guided procedure. Correct. That is correct. I think that dungeon design should be more, deliberate. And it's funny that you say that because I'm literally going on an Emo's Not Dead cruise next week, which is crazy in that respect. So the fact that I am going on an emo music cruise and I don't like this is very telling. Today I learned Derek hates the OSR. No, but go to Caves of Chaos. Go to B2, Keep on the Borderlands, and show me the Edge Lord Goblin. Show me the Hobgoblin who's wearing all black and has eyeliner. You're not going to see it. Yes, I think the space I think there should be more environmental storytelling. I think there should be a play progression. I think a space should be designed like a board game where there's a engagement to be had just through navigating the space, et cetera, et cetera. Half of the rooms from Abomination Vaults were these rooms that I'm describing, Vin, 100%. Zipper Fist is at least with me. I have one person with me. So, yes, it's literally a genre, dark fantasy, and you're not into dark fantasy. I'm not. I'm definitely not into dark fantasy. Oh, Golden Cat says, tell me about the fetus enemy that 100% exists in this dungeon. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. We gotta something unborn. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay. So the reason this place is, what do we call it? The Echo? The Echo Court. Okay. There was a dark god, okay, who had a child that was stillborn, but it's undead, right? So it's this fetus godling, and it's a baby, and so it's crying, and its cries are what are the echoes, right? And so this unborn, undead baby fetus creature is crying from the pain of its non-existence. And that painful cry of non-existence is what spreads this malignant influence throughout everything. I don't even know what this means. Foul tarnished, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Dear Maria, the dungeon, count me in. I don't think we can expect any kind of tonal consistency from Derek's interest or aesthetics preferences.
Tundalus tipped $10. I've got great news, Derek. Flavor is free XD.
So we had a tip from Tundalus. Thank you, Tundalus, who wanted to remind me that flavor is free. Yeah, but I don't know. Tone and genre are important, you know. I don't know. And we also had a super chat from Tasty Trekkie who said, Loner Katana McDeadpants enters the tavern, obviously. You know, while you were busy feasting in taverns and sleeping with wenches, I mastered the blade. Apparently now this is Bloodborne. All right. Yes, the bituminous fetus. Cinnabot says, I have to admit the highly graphic horror elements are a huge pass for me as well. My group killed the fetus godling at the end of an official WotC 5e adventure. The Atropole. That's the name of it. Oh, Tim says, and it runs on the ceiling. Absolutely. It runs on the ceiling, and its joints are backwards, right? You know, like it's like a rakshasa, you know, like its wrists bend the other way and it's twisted, and it looks like the little girl from The Ring, of course, naturally. This is almost verbatim from a From Software game. FromSoft. But anyways, but thank you, Tasty, and thank you, Tundalus. I appreciate it. Gall says he's trying to ironically beat on Dark Fantasy, but is instead just nailing it in the best way because he absolutely refuses on principles to half measure the descriptions. Yeah. Anyways, I would make a great writer for Lamentations, right? Right. Absolutely. Make a save versus Doom, or anyways. So okay. So what's the point here that I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is this is all fluff, no substance. It's all vibes. There's no good underlying structural foundation here of an actually enjoyable and well laid out dungeon. It's just all it's a it's a, what are those things called? It's a haunted house, you know, like that you just, you go through and it's like, oh, here's the next disturbing room, and you go to the next one. Now, I'm not saying that Dolmenwood does that. I was joking about the OSR in general. Obviously, Dolmenwood is supposed to be a little bit more whimsical with, cat people and fairy stuff. So that's fine. I'm sure you could also do some weird stuff with fairy. It wouldn't maybe be as dark. It would be more, weird fantasy. But, it's just one of those things that I think that it's all, there's no substance here. It's not actually a good dungeon. It's just got good vibes. It's got good aesthetics, but it doesn't actually have any real substance. Self-confessed cynic says, for reminding me how much I love dark fantasy. I not a genre that I can get behind. So I have heard people say this about Dolmenwood, that it's like, wow, every hex is detailed and all this other stuff. And it's like, but the setting doesn't have any dungeons, you know? So, because they even say here, like, they give an example here. The referee is designing a dungeon hidden behind a waterfall where a band of crookhorn bandits lair, So the idea of this campaign setting is that you are going to be building and creating your own dungeons because the game does not include them. But again, apparently there is going to be a supplement for this, which is good. People don't want to create stuff. They want to buy it. And that's great. That's a very valuable product for the dungeon master. There, look at this. See, Derek, I am just a student of the OG masters, much like Gavin Norman. For each level of the dungeon, select thematically appropriate creatures of the same level. Generally speaking, level 1 creatures inhabit a dungeon's first level, and level 2 creatures inhabit its second level. If you do place creatures of a higher level on a lower level, then you should use reduced numbers of monsters. Each type of creature forms a faction for small dungeons, which is up to about 20 areas. Note, a small dungeon is up to about 20 areas. This is like when YouTube asked me that, question. It's like, how would you describe your content? Is it short? And it was like, 2 to 4 minutes. Is it medium length? 4 to 7 minutes. Or is it long? 8 minutes or more? And I was like, I guess long. So this, on the other hand, is better advice, I think. This is nice. We've talked about this before. I like reaction rolls, which this game has, but I also like having random, like, what are you doing? What is the creature's motivation? What are they currently doing? This plus a reaction roll can tell you a ton of, and this plus a reaction roll can give you incredible emergent, experience. And here we have some random encounter tables. We've got your dungeon environment stuff if you want to put weird fungi and plants and green slimes and all that other stuff into your dungeon. Traps. A party moving at exploration speeds, by the way. Remember, that's the you're moving like 90 feet in 10 minutes. Very, very slow. Is assumed to be carefully inspecting the environment. The referee may give the players clues to the presence of traps, drawing their attention to features that warrant further investigation. Basically, the general idea is one of the reasons you're moving so slow is because you're noticing shit that would kill you. So we got some trap stuff here. Again, remember, I think just randomly running into traps is really boring. I think the fun part of traps should be where you think they're going to be. And I also think that, generally speaking, they should be aware of them. And it's more fun to figure out how to deal with them rather than just getting hit by them. A whole table of how secret doors activate. Weird tricks, teleporters, illusionary features. And all this stuff is always kind of pretty weird and stuff to be putting into a game. But what it speaks to is dungeons, okay, were originally, remember, Ray Winninger said a good adventure should challenge the PCs and the players. Dungeons were like virtual escape rooms. It was a puzzle. Not for your PC, but for the player and the players to solve. The dungeon was a maze. The dungeon had teleporters and illusionary walls and shifting floors and one-way secret doors and weird magical traps and puzzles and riddles and clues. It wasn't making int checks so that your wizard could solve it. The whole point of the dungeon was to challenge the player in a kind of like the physical version of a Sudoku. It was an escape room, basically, is what we would call it now. And it was a virtual escape room. That is basically what the hobby was built upon in many ways. So, yeah. That's why all this shit is here. It's designed so that, the players have to like figure out what's going on and figure out how the teleporters work and, what's the sequence of the teleporters. And I mean, look at all this stuff here. A lot of people see this stuff and they go, what kind of a dungeon is this? Shifting rooms that spin and rise and drops and trick doors and all this other stuff. Oh, thank you for the tip, Juniper. Do you have a recommended resource for learning to design dungeons? I have many videos and many live streams about designing dungeons. Many. If you go to our channel, and you actually go into our channel itself, and you go and you search in our channel, and just search for dungeon, we've got Dungeon Design 101. Do you know the rules of dungeon craft? Run D&D and Pathfinder better. The 12 principles of dungeon rule. Our Project Shadow Deep 7. We're up to part 7 or part 8 of basically showing the principles of designing a mega dungeon. Back to the Dungeon, answering your dungeon questions. Layout, Dungeon, and Design, Dungeon 23. I've got my Dungeon 23 shorts. Shadow Deep Mega Dungeon. Dungeon Flowcharts, designing your map for engagement. Why Dungeons, a new series about learning the art and science of GMing. Can PF2 Dungeon? Can we make Pathfinder 2 Dungeoneering not suck? Common Dungeon Mistakes, designing your first dungeon. Keys to the Dungeon, essential examples. How we dungeon, classic tactics from 3rd edition. Building encounter frameworks, designing your first dungeon. Ask the Dungeon Master. More Shadow Dark stuff, combat encounters. Modern Mega Dungeons, from OD&D to PIV and Pathfinder 2. Mastering the Modern Mega Dungeon. There you go. I think that's about it. So my guess would be that we have somewhere around, 40 hours of stuff. No, I do not. So we already talked about experience points awarding and about how it ties into the themes. But this is good stuff. So then we have part 4 where we talk about exploring the wilds, and this is just going to all be super simulationism, right? All the rules for weather by season. Okay, it's the summer, and I'm going to roll 2d6, and today it's hot and humid, but today it's balmy and clear. Okay. Here's the problem. None of this matters, and I'm not saying that this description isn't good and that you shouldn't give it, but the problem is the way that most GMs give this information is really horrible. Right? Because you roll the weather at the beginning of the day, and the players are just going hex by hex, and you go, today's weather is balmy and clear. And it's just like one ear and out the other. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any effect, but it's also not particularly evocative, and you're doing it every day, and it's kind of like the equivalent of small talk. Now, I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't have weather. I'm just trying to say that it gets old really quick. So just be aware of that. Again, there's nothing wrong with this being here. I'm just simply saying it gets old really quickly. Because again, theoretically, you're rolling the weather every single day. As a Side note. I prefer. So is this weather FBT? This weather is absolutely FBT, except for the ones that actually affect visibility and wet.
Anonymous tipped $2. I heard you're putting out some kind of dungeon zine.
Well, we've talked about it. But we have talked about doing kind of a dungeon a week or the 2 dungeon a week, or something like that, where we'll try to release a dungeon 1 room at a time. A zine might be the wrong term for it. It would probably just be like a 1-page spread or something like that. I would imagine that, most dungeon rooms would be 1 page unless it was 2. But yeah, you can see here that, obviously there's certain weather and certain seasons that can really affect your visibility, your travel impeding, and your wet conditions. So there is a chance that it could affect you. But, I just wanted to highlight that most players this is just going to go in one ear and out the other. In fact, here's what's going to happen. You're going to roll the weather at the start of the day, and you're like, you awaken to a fine summer morning. However, before the sun has even begun its climb into the sky, you can already feel the oppressive heat building from the day. A humid blanket of moist air hangs over the ground. And then people are going to go, does that affect our travel or our visibility? And you'll go, no. And they'll go, okay. That'll be the conversation. And you'll have that conversation every single day of your travel. All right. Again, not a bad thing. Just saying it is. Now, I will say, even having the effects is optional. So technically, getting lost. Now, this is kind of cool because this game has this like fairy influence. So there's even this thing here of where like you get lost in time, which is pretty crazy. But just to let you know, I don't know how to tell you this. I have never once ever liked getting lost mechanics. And again, this isn't something new. These lost mechanics have been around for like 40 years, where the party thinks they're in one hex, but you, the GM, know that they're in a different hex. Now, they do say here that one of the options is open. So at least they give you the option to be, they give you this choice. But traditionally, it was secret. The ref tracks the party's course on the map, but does not tell the players that they are off course. Only after the players realize that they have become lost will they realize that the map that they've been drawing is completely useless and needs to be thrown away. But I would recommend not doing that. If you're going to use getting lost, I would just be open about it and just, tell the players that they're lost. Because this is a real pain in the ass, by the way. Just saying, the secret tracking, right, is just like, it's crazy how absolutely annoying it is. Like, the players, like, the players are like, okay, we're leaving from 0710 and we're heading to 0108, and the players go into 0609, and then they're heading this way, right? And then when they get to here, or sorry, they're like, yeah, they're going this way, and then they think they're in 0309. Oh, I'm not even showing this. Okay, sorry. Okay, the party leaves 0710. And they think they're going to 0609, which is great. And then they think they're going to 0509, but they don't. They're actually in 0510. And then they go left, and they think they're in 0408, but they're in 0409. And now they end up in 0310. And then, they're getting really excited because they think they're about to get there. And then you like describe them emerging from the southern edge of the forest. And they're like, where the fuck are we? And they have no idea. And they've been mapping this the whole time, presumably. And then they have to be like, oh, their map is useless because we didn't know what was going on. And it's messy. The problem with getting lost is that this is from Tundless. The problem with getting lost is it's not really gameable, and there's no way to strategize around it. That is absolutely correct. I don't mind getting the Lost in Time. That one's kind of cool. It's not fun. It's simulationist. And I know that it is because when I was hiking the Appalachian Trail, I had a trail to follow. Now, to be fair, the trail is not what you probably think of when you think of a trail. It's a pretty rough trail, but it's roughly cut out. And it's also marked with white blazes on trees and stuff. And I had a phone which had GPS and an app that was called Gut Hooks, which, had the whole trail on it. And I got lost disturbingly often where, I'd realize, oh, I'm not on the trail anymore. And I had to like circle back and waste time and try to figure out what happened. And it was like, oh, I was coming down this ravine and I got twisted around and, so it's absolutely accurate that you would get lost all the time, but it's not particularly fun, but it's accurate and it's simulationist. So yay for simulationism. And here are all our random encounters, our overworld random encounters, big, huge regional random encounters. Here's our fishing system. Let's see. The fishing procedure is they decide to go fishing. The party decides to go fishing in a hex containing a lake or a river. You need a rod and tackle. The party makes a survival check using the highest chance of any character in the party. If they devote the entire day to fishing, they get a +2 bonus. If they make a catch, roll a d20 to see what they caught. And if they get 2d6 rations worth of fish. You roll for encounters as normal during a day's fishing. Waterside encounters should use the aquatic encounter table or the regional in table. So now I'm just imagining you're like, oh, I'm going to go fishing. And you're like, cool. And then you're like, all right, do we have a water table? And you're like, yes. You're fishing down by you're fishing for fish, and then a vampire bat, I don't know, eats you and kills you or something. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Yeah. So old school D&D random encounters with creatures usually had a % chance that when you encountered a creature, there was a % chance that you actually encountered them in their lair. And so basically, like, there was a chance that, like, you're just walking through the woods and suddenly you come across, I don't know, like a cockatrice den, or, you come across a, I don't know, pick a random monster here, an ogre lair, or an owl bear den, or a goblin, a goblin cave or a goblin hovel. And again, that's not for everybody. But I think that could be really fun. And then suddenly you didn't even know this was here. This is this kind of play to find out emergent style of play. But again, it is random and it is kind of pointless and doesn't mean anything, which is why it's fun, but only for a little while. And that's why I think ultimately you need to have stronger tie-ins and hooks to like the factions and stuff like that. And the player's actions have to actually mean something. They have to have context to what they're doing. If you're just doing random encounters all the time, it just gets really tedious really quickly. Here's the foraging thing to come up with different fungi and stuff like that. Hunting. We have a whole hunting chart here. Apparently, you have to deal with hunting as a combat encounter. I don't agree with that, by the way. I love this is such a simulationist thing. The party gains fresh rations based off of the hit points of the animal killed. You get 1 ration per hit point for small animals, 2 rations per hit point for a medium animal, and 4 rations per hit point for large creatures, per the referee's judgment. This is the kind of rule that, like, I love, but I would never use and don't care about. It's like hunting buffalo on the Oregon Trail. Tonight we eat. Tonight we dine well on unicorns. By the way, I think this is how many you come across. So you're like, shit, there's D12 gelatinous apes. We're eating good. And that's it. Because the next part is settlements, which we've looked at. We don't want to go into everything, but all the stuff here about like what's in a city, we've kind of covered that already. And again, we have all the different hexes, descriptions, great art throughout of it. I love the black and white sketch pieces. The map is beautifully done. I like the color art. Some of the color art I like more than some of the other color art, but for the most part, it's really good. Like, I think that's really cool. By the way, all right, just saying, the Willow's Gullet, a humid, foetid chamber. Tree roots pulse in the walls like veins. The walls and floor ripple unnervingly. Right? Classic.
What?
Hope that's not the one I wanted. I wanted this. Classic OSR stuff. The Chalk Giant. The Clockwork Man. The Deceiver's Well. And then we get to treasure and oddments. And we've got a random treasure table. Yay! I like random treasure. We've got treasure types. We've got hoard types. They call them hoards. That's cool. Boo. Referee choice. The referee may choose treasures appropriate to the monsters. As the treasure is the main source of XP, consider carefully your treasure placement. Boo. Roll it. Yeah. Letter codes in a monster's listing indicate the magnitude of coins, riches, and magic. Yes. Love it. I'm curious. Again, this is one of those things that's like, hey, I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's here, but it will never be used and no one will ever care and no one will ever write it down and no one will ever remember. When I describe to you, Cinnabos, I go, Cinnabos, there, buried in the back of the troll's den is a half-buried wooden chest. The top is crushed and broken, the iron lock ripped aside, and you can see spilling out into the nearby muck and grime the glittering sheen of, roll a d6. Wow, you found 6,000 silver pieces. And you're like, cool. And I'm like, wait, no, wait. The silver pieces have upon them the head of Lord Nodlock of House Hawkenbrand. And on the reverse of the coin, the symbol of the unicorn with a crooked horn and a flowing mane, the symbol of his house. And you're like, dude, I really don't care. I'm not going to write that down, and I'm never going to remember it. Okay. That's a story element? All right, respect. But see, I just want to point something out here. At least I am consistent. I don't like FBT when players do it to describe their, I don't know, their showering habits, but I also don't really care about it on the coins. but that's just me, and I'm heartless. Like I remember, like George, I remember I used to keep track. Yes, this is all for the GM's fun. Thank you, Dr. White. It is all for the GMs. It is not for the players at all. Yes, it's like the type of gem you loot. Mark Lore, I was just about to say. So I Obvious is one of my players, and he and I have also been players together in someone's campaign. Like when I used to track the loot, George, like Smith would give us, Smith would sit there and be like, you find five golden saucers imbued with rubies and rare diamond. And I didn't write anything that down. I would just write, and he'd go, they're worth 4,000. I'd write 4,000 GP times 4, right? Like it didn't matter. Like I wasn't going to keep it. I wasn't going to, you know what I mean? Like what difference does it make what it looks like to a certain extent? Like I get it. You got to describe it, I guess. But it's one of those weird things where it's like the GM has to describe it, but the GM doesn't really care. And the players don't really care. And the players know that the GM doesn't care. And the GM knows that the players don't care. And I know that you know that I know. And he knows that she knows that I know. So, like, what are we doing here, really? Here's the thing. Maybe, but it's random, Woodland Fellowship. So it means nothing. We all know this. Right, but it's this made-up bullshit immersion. Again, I think immersion is bad, and I think this is just an example. But yeah, it's whatever. It is whatever it is. It's not a bad thing, It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing that I don't really care about. We get magic items, though. Now, some OSR games have a tendency to create really shitty, horrible, pointless, dumb, stupid magic items. And it drives me insane. I cannot tell you how many little micro-published zines I have picked up and flipped through at various conventions, and I've seen this, literally the shit that people have tried to sell. The only use for that zine would have been for me to rip out the pages and use it as toilet paper. It's just like the most useless, utterly stupid, dumb stuff. It's like whatever the flip side is of the dark edgelord dark fantasy, the other obsession that the OSR has is with stupid, pointless, quirky, dumb magic items. Now look, I'm not trying to say that every item needs to be like a +5 sword, +5 to hit, +5 to damage. I agree. That's boring. Okay. But I'm so off the bat, I'm seeing, good stuff here. I'm seeing things like throwing lightning bolts, reading thoughts, seeing through illusions, paralyzing attackers, nullifying gaze attacks, granting you immunity to divination, getting you magic resistance, reflecting spells back at the caster, breathing in air and underwater. Good shit. So thumbs up. This gets a big thumbs up from me. Now, to a certain extent, I am almost a little bit more okay with the amulet, a magical amulet, having a random encounter or random description. Why? Because you're probably going to keep this, and it probably means a little bit more to you, and it's a little bit more part of your character's identity. For example, in 3rd edition, now, by the way, it's not going to be every item, and not every item deserves a cool description, but I remember that in 3rd edition, the group fought a monk that was a mummy. It was a mummy monk. Classic 3rd edition, right? Where you could just, everything was oh, no. Foldable boat is sick, Single Bean. Foldable boat is absolutely useful. And foldable boat gets a big thumbs up from me. Foldable boat is not the kind of dumb item I'm talking about. Okay. I'm sure this will have I'm not even talking about the Wad of Wonder, although Wad of Wonder is basically pretty much close to it. All right. In fact, I'm going to go out on a guess and say that this probably has some. Even these aren't that bad. All right, hold on a sec here. Random. Again, I tend not to buy these items, so I'm looking to see if I have any PDFs. Yeah, a cape that billows in the wind. That would be one. A helmet that makes your eyes glow red. Yeah. You know. A teacup that makes tea every day. I mean, at least it's something, you know. A sword that smells like pine needles. I mean, I'm not even kidding that these are the type of things that I'm talking about. Oh, I love foldable boat. Not only do I love foldable boat, I love Qual's feather token boat, right? Swan boat, where you can throw the Qual's feather token, it turns into a swan boat. It's Bob's favorite item because the first time I used it, he was like, "What the fuck is that?" He's like, "Are you kidding? Are you trolling me?" And I go, "No, it's a real thing." Anyways, this looks to be like a good list of magic items. We've got cool weapons, cool rings, cool garments, belt of might, gives you 18 strength, straight up. And again, belt of blending, blend into a crowd without being remembered. Okay, it's interesting. It's magical. It could be very useful. I'm not against that, you know. But like some of these things are just completely crazy. I don't have a good list. I'd have to find some random micro zine that I randomly have picked up and look through it and try to find some weird magical item that they put in there for sure. I just don't like that stuff. All right, chat. Big poll. All right, chat. Big decision here. Make your vote. Which would you prefer? The ring of Featherfall, the ring of jumping, or the ring of water walking? I didn't understand what you meant at first, and then I forgot that football is a thing. Apparently, it is tied in overtime. Oh, look at this. Featherfall's winning, but there's the thing about Featherfall, right, is it's infinite use, but it's kind of more reactive, although you could use it to your advantage, I suppose. But the ring of jumping could potentially, it's more proactive, right? And there's our water walking, by the way. So all in all, I like this stuff. I will also say I love when magical items, in fact, I think all magic items, especially quote unquote good magic items like weapons and stuff like that, should have something about them that make them, I don't want to say cursed, but they should have a quirk or they should have something interesting. I think magic items should especially magic weapons, should come with a price. And I love the idea that they break down the items into either being arcane, fairy, or holy. And that kind of potentially changes what is weird about the item. I think that's really, really cool. You also have this different list of special powers depending on whether the weapon is arcane, fairy, or holy. That's really neat. I like making it's not just a magic item, it's tied to the kind of creation and the magic that created it. That's really neat. But you know, I love the idea of creating a, say, you know, an arcane. Here, we'll randomly generate one here. By the way, I also love random weapon types because it fucks people who try to specialize in a weapon. All right, we've got a magical dagger. Oh, it's a D6. It is arcane. It has a chance of a super. I'm just going to give it a special power because I want to roll. We have to roll my big D12. Okay, it has accelerating, and it has an oddity. I'm just going to assume it has an oddity, which is that it is truthful. So once per day may be commanded to warp time around the wielder, enabling them to make one additional attack per round for 1d4 rounds. However, the wielder is instilled with utter honesty. They are unable to lie or even veil the truth. Yeah, I think that's really cool. You go fast and you blurt everything out, especially if you can end up like making that make sense and why that's an item, you know, like, and why that's a thing. But anyways, I love random items and all that other stuff. Featherfall takes the win. We got some cool potions here. Some cool rods, staves, and wands with spells and the like. Scrolls and books. Wondrous items. Trade goods. So these are the kind of items that are generally speaking, like, at least they had some real items before they got to this. Like, you know, makes an object appear as solid gold. A fairy comb, which changes your hairstyle and color. You know, I mean, because some of these are could potentially be useful, like summoning a mount for a day, I guess. Transforms water into ale. It's like, yeah, I mean, these are definitely magical effects, but it's kind of odd to be like, here's your treasure. It's just some, you know, fluffy bullshit time thing. Some of these could be useful, I will admit, but a lot of these are just really weird and strange. And there's a lot of OSR games that like really love this shit, and they really avoid making, you know, legitimately useful items. Here's some rare comestibles, foodstuffs, beverages, pipe leaves, and mind-altering substances. Okay, we got magic rare drugs. Okay. Here's some rare fungi. Here's some rare herbs. By the way, I don't want to really show this, but I love the idea that these are tied to a hex location. So, like, that's cool. I didn't even realize that at first. But this rare stuff, okay, that's just these are from the forage rolls. So I love the idea that, like, the players through, you know, traveling will eventually find these rare locations of these potentially very powerful fungi, which is really neat. And then we have a short starter adventure and some rumor tables that you can roll for each of the main locations in the game. This is really cool. Perfect. Love it. Here's some general all-purpose. Here are 20 general all-purpose rumors. Here are 20 rumors for the city of Blackswell, the city of the castle of Brackenwold, the Cobton on the Shiver, so for all the different settlements, places where people would go. Maybe you start there, maybe you visit there and learn these rumors. This gets an A+ for me. This is awesome. Generally speaking, I do try to avoid false rumors, though. I don't like red herrings. Players, you could literally tell players exactly what's going on and use the clearest language you've ever used, and they'll still get it wrong. So you don't need red herrings. I try to avoid false rumors whenever I possibly can. We have some rare uncommon spells. Not sure why these are uncommon, but a single mortal fairy or demi-fae is partially transformed into crunchy gingerbread for the duration. It's called Ginger Snap. I do have to give it some points for a very, very, very clever name. Is this like the stuff that can ruin the game? Is that what this stuff is? I don't see how aid ruins the game, but all right. Gotcha, Juniper. Yeah. Well, Seth is also a very, very smart man. So if I say it and he says it, it's probably good advice. Oh, yeah. Self-confessing for people who are listening. Seth Skorkowski also says to never use red herrings because players will make them up on their own. Yes. Got it. Okay. So these are some special spells that you can find in the game. They're not part of the OSE list. You can only find them in the course of the game, which is cool. And we got a cool index, big index. And I like that the index is sort of organized by faction, which is really cool. And class. So it looks like the index has multiple repeated entries because an entry might be under multiple categories, but it gives you these categories. So if you want to know about how many shopkeeper NPCs are in the book, they're all here under shopkeeper. But they also might be under, I don't know, members of the church or a settlement leader or someone from a tavern or something like that. That's really cool. It's a cool way to do it. I like it. And this PDF, everything in the index is hyperlinked. That's really, really good. Props. And then we get credits. A lot of people helped write some of the hexes and some of the descriptions. Shout out to the originators of early Dungeons & Dragons, Gary Gygax, Dave Arneson, John Eric Holmes, J.E. Holmes, Tom Moldvay, Steve Marsh, Dave Cook, Frank Mexer, upon whose work the rules of Dolmenwood are founded. Thanks to John Britton from 3D6 Down the Line for inspiration for the XP for Exploration Goats. And then we have a pronunciation guide, if you care about that sort of thing. Droon is pronounced Droom. I got that right. Atanue. I was close on the Atanue. I don't remember these other words that we said. And that's that. I mean, we can, again, I don't want to go too deep into every single thing here, but, here's some random hex at the edge of town or the edge of the woods. The shadow of Lord Gnarlgruff. Shadowy woods of holly and hawthorn. Life here is creeping and vigilant, as if avoiding some looming terror. So this is something also that I've noticed lately. I've been GMing for, other players that people I haven't GM'd for 25 years. And I will describe things a lot. And one of the reasons I love Bob is because Bob is very honest. And during like our one ring, I was describing like the terrain they were passing through, and like I was describing like the what was it? Yeah, they're traveling through the North Downs or something like that, and I was describing like the rolling fields of heather, and and whatever. And Bob went, "What's that?" What I love about Bob is Bob's like, I don't know what any of those words or terms that you use. I don't know is that a plant? Is that a tree? Is that a girl? Are there a bunch of women named Heather standing in the field? And I was like, no, Bob. I was like, Heather's it's a pink flower that grows on more lands, and he goes, oh, okay. But like I see things like shadowy woods of holly and hawthorn. Now, I know what holly and hawthorn look like. That means something to me. But I wonder how many people nowadays, does that mean anything to anybody anymore? I mean, that's not even like a Derek thing. I just know wood. And I spent a fair amount of time. My dad was an arborist, so he was always pointing stuff out to me like, "Oh, Derek, that's an American elm. It's different from a European elm or whatever like that." But sometimes we give descriptions for thing, and I go, "Does that mean anything to anybody?" Yeah, right. No idea what holly and hawthorn are, and nor should you, quite frankly. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's description, but it doesn't mean anything to anyone. So, life here is creeping and vigilant, as if avoiding some looming terror. Dark fantasy edgelord up a little bit. So we got tangled forest. It's in the high wold area. There's a 2 in 6 chance of getting lost, and encounters are 2 in 6 likely to be with 1d3 devil goats. There's also the devil goat's glade. An awful, charnel stench permeates a large section of the wood. Following it to its source leads to a shadowy glade. Okay, ready? I mean, guys, I wish I wasn't making this up, but following it to its source leads to a shadowy glade ringed with sighing black-leafed poplars. Number 1, our edgelord. Number 2, again, describing, oh, they're poplars. Does that mean, again, pumpkin? Does the word poplar, I'm assuming it's a tree, maybe. That might even be a big assumption. But does that mean anything to you? Like, at the center of this glade stands a blackened, roughly shaped monolith, draped with rotting entrails amid a mound of bones. Look at the bones. No. No. A poplar is a tree. See, there you go. It's a willow, and you're like, oh, what's a willow? You see, like that's my point. It's like it doesn't mean anything. So, anyways, like it might as well just say, like, following to its source leads to a shadowy glade ringed with black-leafed trees. See, it should just say that. Well, white oak is just really expensive, but it's a beautiful wood. Quarter sawn. Minecraft Nation says, counterpoint. How many people actually know what a glade is? Great point. At the center of the glade stands a blackened, roughly shaped monolith, draped with rotting entrails amid a mound of bones. Glade is an open space in a wooded area. This is true. Like, and again, I'm not like mocking anybody, but there's a lot of stuff in now. This isn't, to be clear, this isn't boxed text. It is kind of roughly. It's like quasi-box text. But there's a lot of stuff here that I think, people, like what's a poplar? What's a glade? What's a monolith? What's an entrail? I could expect people to not know what that is. All right. Inhabitants, 2d4 devil goats mill about the glade, devouring corpses from amongst the piles of bones, rearing up to drape fresh entrails over the monolith and licking the gore off that streaks the stone's surface. Look at that, devil goat. Ugh. The devil goats suffer none but long-horned bregles to enter the glade. Examining the bones can be found the remains of humans and animals, 15 gold, 155 silver, a single grade ioun worth 250 GP, a gold ring with a red garnet engraved with the letter E, 400 gold, and a hip flask containing a dose of a filter of wondrous vitality. Examining the monolith, its crumbling surface is carved in ancient Caprice script, now only partially legible. It can be read by anyone who reads Caprice. I bind my spirit to the stone, wander restless through benighted realms, to manifest when the full moon rises. History. This monolith is all that remains of the raised laboratory of Lord Gnarlgruff, an ancient longhorn necromancer and ancestor of Lords Malbleet and Raminus. A fragment of his spirit still lingers in this place. On a full moon, you can listen to the disjointed voice, and you hear, "In time I shall return, the workings of Malbleet, scion of House Gnarlgruff, the Book of Foul Wonders." Meaning, Lord Gnarlgruff seeks to live once more, hoping that his descendant, Lord Malbleet, resurrects his remains that lie beneath the Shade Home. The Book of Foul Wonders, an ancient near-mythical tome of longhorn necromancy, may contain the key. The book is believed to have been stolen following Gnarlgruff's demise by a rival sorcerer east of Dolmenwood. So, you're just wandering through the woods, and all of a sudden you're fighting devil goats, and now you're involved in some sort of ancient, basically the plot of the Mummy movie, right? Guys trying to return. So again, compared to most hex crawls where where most of the hexes are empty, this is pretty cool. The big positive here is having an immediate evocative thing to do on every hex. The immediate negative is that it's the same every visit. That's okay. Like, because like every hex, like, do you really need to have an encounter here every single time? And Tasty Truckee says, RPG books often assume a certain amount of literacy in literature that is not that common these days, I mean, you're assuming, Tundalis, that the GM knows what these words mean. If the GM doesn't even know what a poplar is, then what are we doing? I mean, I like how we assume that it's just the players who don't know what a poplar is. I think there's a lot of GMs who wouldn't know what a poplar is. Right, exactly. Self-confessed cynic. Like, I don't, once you go to a hex and it's the hex with the goat thing, I don't want there to be more things that are going on in that hex. That hex has enough of a imprint, It's one and done. That's cool. There's 155 other hexes that we can deal with, in addition to random encounters, in addition to all the other random shit that could happen, Lionhead Gaming, I don't think so. No problem, G Helmet. We're about wrapped up here anyways. Oh, we didn't take a look at really quick. I just wanted to, we'll just quickly skim through it. There is a monster book as well. It's got a nice table of contents. We've got a large bestiary with a bunch of crazy cool monsters. We, of course, always will have to check out the skeleton. There's also some appendices that just have a bunch of, animals, people, not like quote unquote normal monsters. If you want to generate an full adventuring party, I will say this. I've been playing D&D since 1992. not 90. Yeah, 92. So I've been playing D&D since 1992 when I was 10. And ever since, even back in the day, there was always, like in AD&D and stuff like that, there was random encounters for generating random adventuring parties, random rival adventuring parties. And I will say something to you right now. I've never done it, ever, because it is such a pain in the ass, and it's totally, horribly not worth it. But anyways, so we've got mortals, we've got adventurers. So at least maybe we could steal one of these adventurers and use them for the adventuring party. And we've also got animals. So there's a whole other thing here of animals, but we also have our classic bestiary, from things like cockatrices to fomorians, gargoyles, ghouls, and yes, a skeleton. So here's a skeleton. I'm going to go to the single page view so we can take a nice look at her. And of course, remember, this being a old school game, there's not a lot of information. It is a medium undead. It is sentient. It's level 1, AC 12. It has 1d8 hit points, 4. Its saves are follows. It makes a +0 attack with a weapon. Its speed is 20 feet. Its morale is 7, and its XP is 10. I am going to give this a gigantic, massive
Whoopsie.
But this skeleton is not our normal skeleton. They have been granted a second life. They feast, drink, and make merry, savoring the wonder mortals of the mortal world. They are not mindless. They have morale. They are a skeleton, but also playing in a band. However, there is a mindless option. Okay. 3 in 6 groups of skeletons are undead created by dark magic. Such skeletons unquestionably carry out their creator's instructions. They are mindless and have morale 12. So there you go. Why is that not the default skeleton? Okay. That should be the default skeleton. But, even if it is mindless, it takes half damage from slashing and piercing. They tend to wield clubs, staves, or swords, dealing D4, D6 damage. They are immune to biological and mind-affecting effects, and they can see normally without light. So basically, it's a thing of hit points that does some damage. By the way, notice that when you encounter skeletons, you will encounter 3d6 of them. You have no idea how many you're going to collect, but 3d6. OSR does love its weirdness. Hey, what about a skeleton that has flowers growing out of its head and plays an instrument? Correct. The skeleton test to see whether or not the game seeks to that's correct, Minecraft Nation. Does it do skeletons well? What else can we take a look at? Let's take a look at the ogre. Derek loves the ogre. Frightful humanoids, 8 to 10 feet tall. They dwell in isolated cottages, dress in hides, crave mortal flesh, especially infants. So what we're starting to see here is definitely the fairy, dark, grim fairy tale aspect of the setting, really, really putting itself, heavy on display here. Especially wanting to eat infants, very, very, Grimm's fairy tales. But here's the deal. When we find ogres, they're a level 4 creature. They have 4d8 hit points. They have a club or their horns. Their morale is 10. They're worth 80 XP. When you find them, you'll encounter 1d6 of them. And 40% of the time, they will be in their lair. Their horde is C4 plus R4 plus M2. And they have a sack. And the sack can contain this. And there's also, which is kind of cool, I like this, each monster entry has a D4 list, it looks like, of lairs or encounters. So instead of just literally being like, there's a bunch of ogres in the, you generate ogres as a random encounter, and you generate them as not being in their lair. So you roll a d4 and you're like, oh, returning home from a successful hunt covered in blood, each ogre carries 1d3. Each ogre present carries 1d3 kidnapped children in wooden cages strapped to their back. Tim loves that they still have the 1d6 times 100 sack gold. Tim, absolutely. I didn't even see that, that the sack contains gold. This is a meme that goes back to the very earliest days of 3rd edition for us. Oh man, that's good. But I love that. I love that they don't, instead of just literally just being there's 3d6 ogres. I like that they have a lair and an encounter, and there's 4 for each. Now the onyx blob is never going to be found in a lair. You're only going to encounter one of them, but still, here is a d4 random encounters with this creature. Ooh, a Perteon. This is the hawk, owl, antlered eagle thing that eats out your heart. Yeah, there it is. When a victim is killed, the Perteon rips out their heart and flies away to feed their hearts to their young. But we get encounters with it, and we get lair encounters with it, which is really, really cool. Tundless, I don't know if you're properly paying attention. I'm not digging it. I'm saying it's very flavored to the setting. I'm just saying it's a skeleton. I mean, we got to have limits, Yep. So I'm going to completely agree with Minecraft Nation. It's crazy how much more useful a monster stat block is when we don't get 4 pages of pointless lore, and instead you get a nice. This is the lore. You get like 2 sentences at the top. You get a very tight stat block. This is the only information you need for combat. This is the only information you need for the encounter. You get a couple of, special abilities, but then you get what kind of hat is it wearing? What kind of traits does it have? What are the encounters? Now, do I care what the red cap's hat is? Yeah, it's a red cap. I mean, that's half the monster right there. For example, are you more... Okay, so you encounter an ogre and a red cap arguing about the flavor of mortal flesh. The red caps insist that mortals taste like chicken, and the ogre insists that they taste like fish. As you enter into the glade, the red cap sees you approaching and asks you, do you agree with him that mortals taste like chicken and that the ogre is wrong? Does the red cap's choice of hat, a stovepipe hat, think like Abraham Lincoln, does that affect you to agree with the red cap? Yes or no? Oh, there's even a separate little... There's an additional, I didn't even see the additional roll random encounter, a random table at the bottom of the monster, which is the name of the creature. If you need a name, obviously something like the root thing probably doesn't need a name, but the scarecrow does, and the scarabee does. That's cool because names are tough. Names are really, really tough. And I've said this before. So yeah, the name of the red cap is a D6. There we go. The name of the red cap is Nickel Thumb. And I ain't hanging out with a red cap and a beanie. And I like, yeah. If you generally you roll the same red cap again, and it's the same red cap. That's absolutely great. Names are really tough. So, oh, fuck you. I didn't even realize. I hope you bet on the Bears. How about that? Shirt Shank is a great name. Vex was the name of one of Smith's characters, his drow elf. So anyways, this is a really cool bestiary. Of course they were. Shocking. So again, look, I mean, just if we look at this from the book view, every monster fits on one page. In one page, we get a piece of art, we get a description, we get a nice little stat block, we get a couple of special abilities that make the monster a little bit more than just an attack and a hit points. And we get a couple of tables that give us information about what does this encounter look like, what does the lair look like, and then, what are some traits or what are some, creations of, or, some random table that pertains to it, like what is the red cap's hat, or how was the shadow corrected or created. And then in the case of intelligent creatures, we get potentially random names as well for every creature that would be, would have a name. So, you encounter a sprite and their name might be Zeep or Snipple or Gwillick or Grick. And that's great. That's all of this is very useful. I like books and stuff, especially bestiaries, that are useful. This is a talking animal. And by the way, the first option for the talking animal, that's right, it's Bob. Oh, we discover a talking animal. It's a D12. It's a group of squirrels, and the leader of the squirrels' name is Numble, known as Numble Nuts. Lord Numble Nuts. I am the Lord of the Squirrels. That's awesome. And I mean, again, this is very fairy tale coded, and that's really cool. These monsters are very, 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 very very, very fairy tale coded, which is great. See, immediately works. Numble Nuts is my favorite. No, this is a great bestiary. It's a great mix of oracle tables, useful information. Now, of course, part of the reason that this works is because, number one, I find random emergent play charming, right? I don't need my sessions to be part of some grand, ultimate, mega adventure. I like episodic television, okay? I like Star Trek The Next Generation. I like Law and Order. I don't need every episode to be, I liked it when TV shows were 23 separate TV shows, not one 12-hour or 24-hour movie. I prefer, in many ways, episodic serial television, right? Whereas, I don't like, the kind of nowadays, the modern thing is basically just, it's, this very high drama, they're chapters in an ongoing story. And it's like, one episode is just, doesn't really tell you anything. I like it when an episode is like, hey, here's the start of this episode. We pick up, who knows, days, weeks, months after the last episode. We have an adventure. We learn something. We experience something. We make some sort of broad statement about the nature of humanity. And then the episode ends. All the ties are, all the loose ends are tied up. We have resolution. We have resolution. We have an A plot. We have a B plot. And usually we have a C plot, usually. And that way we can involve a bunch of our characters, and everybody gets to kind of, we get to see a little bit of our character growth. And the only thing that really carries on from episode to episode are our characters, are our PCs. Nowadays everything is part of some existential threat, and every episode is just, moving into, every episode is just a prequel to the next episode, which I don't like. Space Narwhals, Sir Numble Nuts will be accompanying the party for the foreseeable future. Now I'm having like a vision of Reapy Cheap, right? But it's a nightly squirrel. Greetings, fair lords and ladies. I am Sir Numble Nuts. I both humbly beseech thee to join thee on thy noble quest, for I seek but to serve a great noble lord or lady such as yourselves. Anyways. Cool stuff. And again, in the appendices, we've got human stuff. What's up, Edward? Oh, sorry to hear that, Edward.
Edward tipped $50. It's been a very hard week. Thanks for giving me things to take my mind off of it for a few hours. I'm sorry I missed the 400 stream. Congratulations on that milestone.
Well, thank you, Edward. I really appreciate you. Sorry to hear that you're having a hard week. Hopefully it's not too hard. Hopefully it's one of those getting better type things and situations, but understand that that's not always the case. I certainly have had my share of hard weeks recently, and I really appreciate you being here. So if I can help you out in any way, I really appreciate it as well. So hope definitely agree with Cinnabos. Hope things start to look up for you really well, and thank you for your generosity. It's always appreciated here. So my thoughts, hopes, and prayers with you as well. Right. And this is OSR. So then Numblenuts gets immediately ripped apart by the devil goats, squirrel entrails everywhere. Amen, Edward. Definitely hug your loved ones for sure. Sounds like you had a loss in your family, Edward. So in which case I certainly, my heart goes out to you and your family. And hopefully their memory is a blessing. All right. Well, we got some monster rumors. Again, some of these are false, but it looks like every monster has a rumor table as well, which is really cool. This is great. This is a great bestiary. Great art. Very usable. And we even have a creating monsters. Not that you really need one for OSR, but come on, let's call it what it is. But at least it's nice that we have it, right? Great art. Again, Gavin Norman still getting it done. Yes, there's 87 monsters, 53 animals, 9 everyday folks. So it's not a huge bestiary by any stretch of the imagination. And they do, by the way, say contains adult themes and elements of horror, may not be suitable for children. So it's definitely got that sort of Grimm's fairy tales, that like the OG fairy tales, like children being eaten, cooked in an oven and eaten, vibes to it. So, yeah, I mean, I think Dolmenwood is a beautifully put together book. I don't think it is. I think that, it is, at the end of the day, it is still a OSR game that is fundamentally based off of 1981's basic D&D. And no matter how much you sauce it up and change it up, some people are going to have a hard time with this game. And they might rankle at the proceduralism. They might rankle at the lack of, super powered characters. They might rankle. And I also think that hex crawls are not a panacea. Now, this is one of the best hex crawls I've seen. And again, I really appreciate that every single hex. I cannot stress this enough. It's very cool that they sold you something here. They every one of these hexes has something cool in it. Sometimes a couple cool things. There's factions. This isn't just a random, map that someone made in Incarnate and then threw it down and said, "Oh, this is my hex crawl." Like, no, it's a legitimate sandbox. But that doesn't mean it's not work. It doesn't mean it's not work. Now, the beautiful thing about OSR is, there's not a whole lot of mechanical connection here because there's not a lot of mechanics in OSR. So if you don't like OSE, in theory, it should be pretty easy to use this setting for nearly almost anything. I mean, because even like when we looked at, I'll just randomly grab another location here, the King of the Wood Grooves. There's no stats here, at all. None of this has anything really to do with OSE per se, for sure. I mean, sure, there's a madcap gaggle of 2d3 times 10 wood grews. I guess your character would need to have wood grews, or your game would have to have wood grews. But, as long as you're playing some sort of fantasy-esque game, I think you could play this, nearly with anything. But the setting is really cool. But I am going to warn you. You guys know me. I like a lot of games. I'm telling you, I cannot play a game like OSE. I can't play old school games for more than like 10 sessions. It's my max. It's my limit. I can't do it. I'm sorry. After 10 sessions of playing like BXD&D or whatever, I'm like looking at like, I don't know, I'm looking at 3rd edition, or 5th edition and being like, oh, I'm looking at Pathfinder 2 and I'm like, oh, just let me pick a feat. Let me pick an answer. Please let me pick a skill feat. Please, I'll take a skill feat. Just give me a skill feat, just one time, please. I'll take a skill feat, anything. Give me some sort of mechanical thing. And the truth of it is, the only type of like old school games that I have ever run that have actually been successful are the ones where I, end up creating a bunch of crazy, weird, random abilities that I hand out to players and things of that nature, or that people actually give me, that type of stuff. So, couple things. Number one, if you're going to play Dolmenwood, I think it's a great setting. I think it's an incredible hex crawl. It's beautiful. It's well designed. It's well laid out. The PDF is a beautiful. The design, digital and in print, really, really good. I think it's a cool, clean implementation of the OSE engine, which of course is just BXD&D. But there's a couple cool classes. The kindreds were really neat. I liked it. It felt like an integrated, right? System is setting, setting is system. It all works together. But my caveats are, one, I think Dolmenwood, OSE, BXD&D can get boring after. For some people, it might be 4 sessions, 3 sessions. Some people, it might be 10 sessions. Maybe you're one of the people who could play it forever. I am not one of the people who can play it forever. I just can't. I can't do it. So that's number one. Number two, hex crawling can seem like you're like, oh, this is great. I don't have to do anything. The game will just play itself. No. Hex crawling and following that procedure can become mind-numbingly boring. And I have to warn you that a lot of the procedures in this book come from 1981. And things were different in 1981, right? People were like watching Pong, like, wow, have you ever seen graphics like this? It's like I'm watching an actual tennis match in person with my own 2 eyes. I've never seen such fidelity of graphics. Look at that line when it moved back and forth. There's hardly any lag in the line of the Pong paddle. It's incredible. I never thought we'd see this. So, that was the competition. It's not really fair, but that's the way it is. So nowadays, I think people have a reasonable expectation that the games are going to be a little bit more smooth flowing, a little bit faster paced, or whatever, what have you. So the proceduralism of a hex crawl, especially one where you're just aimlessly wandering, can quickly sink a game. Again, we have a term that we use, Smith and I and my group, that we call white binder campaign, which is we use it because I ran a really shitty campaign that happened to be in a white binder that essentially ended up being a hex crawl where it was just wander in the random hexes and encounter random encounters and nothing ever really happened. And it was really boring. So avoid that. Boring. The setting could get boring. Oh, sorry. The system could get boring. So be aware of that. And just wandering around a hex crawl could be boring. Third thing, realize the setting does not have dungeons. You have to build your own or wait till he releases more or go buy some other ones or use some ones that you get from online. And the default XP uses treasure for XP, which is great. But if your campaign is about interacting with factions and wandering the hexes and, messing around with devil goats and meeting certain, numble nuts, realize that none of that is going to give you treasure and none of that's going to give you XP. So you really should consider using some of those alternate XP rules, which is, it's great that they recognize that. They talked about it. They addressed the issue. So I thought that was really good. So all in all, I think it's an actually, beautiful book. I think it's great. Now, that all being said, the setting is great. I think it's wonderful. I think it's really great. I don't know what it deserves in terms of an award. It's early in the year, but I will say that, or whatever, from last year, I will say, in terms of like the system, I'm gonna say no, because it's just another BX game. I mean, it's got some. Oh, they added pipeweed table. That doesn't make the system any better, So I don't know what to win for if it wins something, but people are saying game of the year, and I go, I don't think it's game of the year. I think it might be, I don't know, like best setting or best production design or whatever. I mean, there's a bunch of different things that it has. It could easily be any of those, but I don't think it's, systems. But yeah, going, hey, our game is about fairies, and then going, yeah, so we're going to make an entire fairy magic system. We're going to create a new class called the Enchanter, which is all about sort of using, stealing, misabusing fairy powers. That's all very cool. So that's a really neat, element. Again, I really liked it in terms of execution, the detail, the quality. It's pretty fantastic. Lion says, I'm stealing from Dolmenwood for Trespasser. Edward bounced off of the game, but likes the setting well enough. Golda Cat says the setting is dope, but I don't care for the OSR. What settings do you think would implement fairly easily with Dolmenwood? Pretty much anything, really, right? The problem is it can't be a setting or can't be a system, assuming you want things like the mushroom that heals you for a hit point to matter still. It basically can't be any modern system, because modern systems make things like recovery from pretty much everything a joke. So otherwise, you're going to have to start jumping through a lot of hoops. I mean, 3.5 could be interesting. I mean, 3.5 is kind of old school enough that it could work, So you can make it give you a healing surge. Yeah, I mean, there's ways you could make it work. But generally speaking, I agree with Pumpkin. I think it has to be a game that has an element of attrition and an element of exploration, So yeah, I mean, again, in terms of the system, I'm telling you, don't expect any miracles. Okay, I've played a lot of BX D&D in my day, and it's a game. You roll a D20, roll high. There's really not a lot of meat on the bones. It's a very light meal. It's like a miso soup. It's tasty. I'm not going to turn down miso soup, but it's not a meal, It's not a meal. Forbidden Dolmen lands. But yeah, I think the setting could be used with a lot of games. I generally speaking, I would say something that has less, more of a focus on attrition, because a lot of the assumptions of the value of some of these items in the game system are because it assumes you're playing an old school game where, you recover a hit point a day per rest, where, you don't have many spells, where, things are very tough, going for you. So, if you're playing a more modern game, it could be a little more, tough or tricksy. But yeah. On the other hand, if you don't like the setting, the style, the dark fantasy kind of quasi Grimm's fairy tale horror type thing, it could also be a very big turnoff. But from ignoring the theme, I think it is a wonderfully designed book. It's got good GM advice. It's got an actual filled out sandbox. It's the right size. Again, not too big, not too small. It's got a good number of factions, not too many, not too few. It's got a good number of settlements, the right number, right? There's just the right amount of pieces to make it feel large without making it feel overwhelming, or making it feel so small that you're going to basically be able to, get a complete clear, 100% clear. I like that, but at the same time, if you run Dolmenwood, you're probably going to run it. Let's say you ran it like full tilt and you ran it for like 1 to 2 years. You're probably going to want to get like, your money's worth out of it. So now this Hex Crawl versus Land of Eam, we'll have to find out Tuesday. You have to join us Tuesday. Bob's going to be here. We're going to be in studio. Okay. And we're going to be here in studio because we are going to be looking at the Land of Eam campaign setting, which is called the Mucklands. And we will compare and contrast. So we'll have a verdict for you then. Or at least I will, because I doubt Bob's going to watch this. Lion says, that's my secret. I'm stealing from both. Right. When in doubt, buy them both. Spend your money on the RPG hobby that you love so much and get them both. My quick gut reaction is I think I like the scale of Dolmenwood better. It's smaller and more manageable and more detailed in the sense that every hex has a keyed encounter. Land of Eam is a larger space. And my general sense is that there's going to be more just random empty hexes. I don't remember exactly the procedure of hex crawling in Eam, so we have to double check that. But again, when something's larger, it can become more tedious and a lot more rolls and yada yada. But Land of Eam in general feels like it has a lot more play and gaminess to things like the foraging and the hunting, the fishing. And, in this game, it's like you get rations. And yeah, there's a fish table, but the fish table is just FBT, right? It's just, oh, you caught a stone trout, and it's just kind of for fun. It doesn't do anything. It just gives you rations. But Land of Eam is like, oh, you found muckruck root, and you found, a silver acorn. You can use those two things to make this potion that does this thing, or you can use those things to make a meal that does this thing. So there might be a little bit more, kind of stuff to do while you're sort of wandering around the Mucklands. Now, what I don't know is the Mucklands going to have the same kind of usable, valuable things from the Bestiary, from the encounter sites that are going to be able to make it, and from random tables that are actually going to make it, is it going to have the right factions? That's a big if. Because I will say that as much as I liked Dolmenwood, the campaign setting, the Bestiary, I'm giving that a big A+. I liked the campaign setting just fine, but I think the monster book or the Bestiary book is A+. If my only complaint about it is I would have probably liked to maybe get a little bit more monsters in there. Maybe it could have been a little bit longer, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's the downside of giving every monster its own page. It's harder to fit in some extra monsters. But I mean, and you do have like the animals where they kind of jammed a bunch of them in a page, so you just fill out the normal creatures that you had to have. But but yeah, I thought that was great. That monster book alone could generate entire sessions worth of encounters from random encounters, right? You have you have a random encounter with the talking squirrel. You roll, you get Sir Numble nuts. You get the reaction roll. You get potentially the what is it doing roll, right? Like if we go back to, yeah, here we go. So we get the reaction roll. So you encounter Sir Numblenuts, and he is wary of you. So, he's not hostile. He's a little bit wary. He's not sure, what to expect. And then, where was that? I don't remember where that. Oh, here it is. And what is he doing when you encounter him? He is. Oh, okay. He's celebrating, right? So now you have a wary talking squirrel who's celebrating. And this is just a random encounter. Now, for me, Derek, I love being given these random things and being like, okay, how do I make this interesting? How do I tie this together? More importantly, how do I tie this back into the campaign setting? How do I tie this into a faction? How do I tie this into a key location? or a key clock or a key front. And I like the mental challenge. Derek likes the mental challenge. That's why I like random encounters, because I like playing to find out. And nothing is more playing to find out than rolling random shit and figuring out how do we tie this in to our existing, game. And by the way, I don't have the stress of like so many of you where I have to lie and pretend like all of this was planned out from the beginning. I'll go to my players and say, okay, you know what? He just had a great victory over, I don't know, which faction. And I'll ask my players, like, what faction did he just defeat? And they're like, oh, he just defeated the forces of the Nag Lord. And I'm like, fuck the Nag Lord. And we'll go from there. I'll ask my player. I don't need to lie to my players like I have it all planned out and worry I'm going to immersion. I don't need to worry about that, which is, again, a blessing for me. But also, as a GM, I think you just need to get over that and accept that the greatest resource that you have is your players, because they're the only ones who are playing your game with you. The next best person to ask is the person who's going to know what is the coolest answer to give your players is the players. So make it collaborative. It's okay. It'll be okay. I promise. All right. Well, another 4-hour stream in in the tank. We stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I am off tomorrow, but we'll be back Tuesday with Bob. Then I'm flying to Miami. I'm getting on a boat, sailing across the Caribbean, going to Mexico, coming off of Mexico, going back across the Caribbean, back to Miami, back to Cleveland. I'll be gone for 5 days, so we'll miss at least a stream. Will there be a stream from the boat? Who knows? Maybe. You never know. But we'll be here Tuesday with Bob, so we'll be all good for that. I want to say thank you so much to our incredible support from our incredible group here. We've got super chats and tips from our friend Edward. Again, our heart goes out to Edward and his family as they deal with some potential hard times. To Juniper, to Self-Confessed Cynic, to Tundalus, Tasty Trekkie, Pathfinder PhD, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Clobster Roll, Damian Williams, and Scotty, who came in with started us off with a tip goal and then immediately filled the tip goal. Captain Smithy, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Dirty Phil, thank you. And Sorrel, thank you for your super chats. Sephret, thank you for your tip supporting Beckme. RC, we'll do RC one day, buddy. And thank you for your Prime sub Act. By the way, if you want to support us and maybe money's tight, but you do happen to have Amazon Prime, remember that you can do that through our Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. If you can go over there, twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, and you can give us your Prime sub once a month. You get one for free, and it doesn't cost you anything. Gives us a couple bucks. And, if I get 150 of those a month, that pays for my health insurance premium. So it's appreciated. Thank you so much for my horrible insurance, which basically covers nothing and yet somehow costs me almost $400 a month. Yeah. Oh, also doesn't cover eye or dental. Yeah. One-page dungeons when? You mean like one-page dungeon challenge review? Or do you mean like you guys design a one-page dungeon and I rip them apart? Or like what are we talking about? Oh, no, me putting out a dungeon page at a time. Well, first, I need to finish my One Ring playthrough with Bob and Tim. Then I need to launch my Moria solo game. I need to make sure Northern Reaches and Dragon Tide are, getting motion of the ocean. Potentially, I need to circle back on Beacon and Lancer. I still don't want to give up on Wilder Feast. I need to figure out what's going on with the Forge server and if we need to host our own, or if the implementation that our bug fixes and the development team have managed to fix our problem, or do I need to reconsider and scrap the whole thing and do a whole new other thing for our Foundry Forge licenses, which would be a nightmare. I need to finish Draw Steel because we had those tip goals as well. Technically, I need to do a Call of Cthulhu one-shot for Boothby. If he was here, he would remind me of that. And then, in theory, there's also a Daggerheart actual play at some point. Now, there was no tip goal or stream goal for that, so I'm not beholden to that. But it is something I wanted to do, and I'd love to do it. That's the reason I built out this studio, was to play that actual play. But, we just got to get all the ducks in the row for that. So technically, there's those 10 things that sort of need to happen first because we're kind of committed to that. But then, DTX, Project Shadow Deep. I mean, that is the name of the project, right? Project Shadow Deep. Have you met me? I know you have. I can't work on one thing at a time, and you're asking me to work on 2 things at a time. But thank you so much, everybody. It was fun walk through this game. I look forward to looking at Land of Eam. Bob is playing Land of Eam with his family. They made characters. He was waiting to get the physical product in the mail. We got him in the mail. So again, thank you to Exalted Funeral for sending us over these PDFs and these wonderfully beautiful campaign books. Again, they're just absolutely drop dead gorgeous, color, beautiful, wonderful. There's also a map book. I didn't get the map book. They didn't send me the map book. But there's a map book product that has a bunch of maps of all the other stuff. Looks really, really good. So I'm not sure how much that costs, but it looks really good. And yeah, that's going to do it for us here tonight. Again, thank you to everybody. Thank you to my incredible patrons. And we'll be streaming right up until, so again, I know I've put out like 20 plus hours of content in the last 4 days. So don't worry. We only have one more to go. And then probably there will be none next week other than the one on Tuesday. So you can, if you're one of those people who wants to watch or needs to watch or whatever, you'll get a nice break, Well, thank you, Ashton. Yeah, hopefully this was not only a lot of this was about Dolmenwood, but also about the history of OSE, the history of BX, why these things are the way they are. We've certainly gone down a lot of different rabbit holes as a result of that. So, and that's great. I mean, this is a legacy of a part of a game that I hold very dear. Again, I frequently say that, this version of Dungeons and Dragons in many ways is my favorite version of Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, not really, because I don't even know where it is. Everyone knows my favorite version of Dungeons and Dragons is 3rd edition, but I don't even know where my 3rd edition is. But yeah, my favorite version is 3rd edition, but not 3.5, 3.0. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me. Thanks so much for joining me. I will catch you on Tuesday next time. The outro, the Chat GPT emo song. Hold on a sec here. Wait one.
Lace up shoes at 6 a.m. Cold pavement, winter breath. Heart rate climbing, ghosts behind me. Every mile a quiet test. I track my steps, I track my sins. Calories, days, design docs. I swear I'm moving forward, but I'm still stuck in the fog. Every street looks like a map. Every turn a branching choice. I keep rolling dice in my head, trying to quiet the noise. I'm running from my own creation, from a world that won't stop growing. As my ex is calling me back, every rule another weight I'm holding. night staring at spreadsheets, faction clocks and broken plans. 30 players want a future I can barely understand. I balance stats like balance sheets, hope the system doesn't crack. If the table falls apart, I take every failure back to tell them this will work. Trust me, say it steady, say it clean. But my lungs are burning questions every time I hit mile 3. I'm running from my own creation, from a world that won't stop growing. It's my hex is calling me back. Every rule another weight I'm holding. I can't outrun the things I made. Every promise, every plot. I built a game the size of a continent, and I'm buried in the sandbox. What if I stop? What if I fail to check? What if the dream outpaces the body I'm stuck in next? I wanted something living, not something that eats me alive. But every time they say this matters, I remember why I tried. If I don't run, I tried. If I don't build, I disappear. I chase control through motion, just to prove I'm still here. So I run back to my creation, sweat-soaked notes in my phone. Every mile buys me one more truth. I don't have to do this alone. I cannot run the things I love. I don't need to anymore. This world exists because I bled for it, and I'll keep bleeding just a little more. Bleeding just a little more. Shoes by the door, maps on the wall. If the game breaks, I'll fix it. If I fall, I'll crawl. I'm not lost in the sandbox. I'm building something real. 1 mile, 1 hex, 1 breath, 1 roll of the wheel.
That was Hexes I Can't Outrun. All right, we don't need to go again. Not bad. Is this auto-generated? 100%. The lyrics were auto-generated by ChatGPT, and then the song was generated by Suno. Yeah, no, none of that was real. Not even close. No, the lyrics weren't created by me. The song wasn't created by me. There was nothing about that. It was even remotely real. I don't even pay for that. That's just the free service. There's a different one. This simultaneously reminds me of high school and Northern Reaches. I mean, to be fair, Edward, I am going on an emo cruise literally in a couple days. So, no, listen, it's me. It's the author. I'm talking about. I mean, I told it. You know, it's about my struggles with trying to create something. Yeah. So, though I will admit that the lyrics, the one set of lyrics goes pretty hard, which is, you know, you're trying to create something and it says, I wanted something living, not something that eats me alive. But every time they say this matters, I remember why I tried. That's a pretty good lyric. The other one I like is late night staring at spreadsheets, faction clocks, and broken plans. 30 players want a future I can barely understand. I balance stats like balance sheets, and I hope this system doesn't crack. If the table falls apart, I'll take every failure back. So, yeah. I mean, you know. I mean, it's emo, so it's not like it's the most incredibly difficult, line that you have to do here. But it would sound better as a rap. Well, you could do it as a rap too. I mean, what can I say? But I mean, I don't have like the pay service, so you're limited in how many credits and what you can do, I think, or whatever. But it's pretty good. Anyways, if you want to see me sing that song, I don't remember if that was 2 nights ago or 1 night ago, but I sang one of the verses for that myself. Oh yes, correct. That is about the pain and witnessing the pain of managing mega games. That is correct. It does not have access to the Discord. I just told it, what I wanted it to. I told ChatGPT, okay, here's what I want you to make a song about, and then it created it, and then I pasted that into Suno and created this thing. Which is the whole point. Again, slop, absolutely, but would I recommend that that you should sell that to somebody? No, but it's fine. It can be fun. It can be fun. And they definitely got the vibe right. That's you jam into that. But yeah, the right. Some slop tastes good, right? Who doesn't love a good sloppy Joe? Sometimes. Do I want to eat sloppy Joe every day? No, but is sloppy Joe a real meal? No, but sometimes sloppy Joe is pretty good. But generally speaking, as someone who basically lost my job to that, yeah, we're cooked. Sorry, we just are. We're all, I don't know, we're all horse, we're all horse drivers and farriers and stuff like that in the, early 20th century. And the cars are coming and we're like, oh, the cars, they don't have the humanity of a horse. A horse is a loyal, true friend. And a horse is sentient and a horse might stop, and a car is just an unthinking, heartless machine. It will never have the warmth and companionship that a horse has. And sure, it might be faster, but is it better? I mean, who's to say that? And a horse that could be with you for 20, 30 years. How long are one of these cars going to last? We are those people right now, And I say this as someone who, with a very white collar job, lost my job to AI. So, yeah. Right. In fact, it's actually the opposite. Go the other way, right? Which is the blue collar jobs are the people who are going to be very safe for a very long time. Go be an electrician. Go be a plumber. Learn to hang sheetrock or something like that, because that's going to be a while. Plumber, electrician, those are good ones. High paying. I know. I've paid a lot of money to electricians over the last couple of years. HVAC. So just saying. Yeah, AI can't plunge a toilet. So yeah. Good stuff. My accountant dad screwed me by telling me a business degree was a sure thing. Oh, listen. I understand completely. That's tough. That's tough. All right, folks. Well, on that rather depressing, very appropriate for the emo song. Hexes I can't outrun. Hexes I can't outrun. Neither can we outrun, apparently, AI. That being said, fingers crossed for the bubble to burst any day now, because that would be awesome. Tim says, could be worse. You could have gambled as a teen that degrees would become less relevant, but now that everybody has one and you don't have one, you're fucked just like me. Well, luckily, Tim, that is not me, but 20 years of experience don't mean shit if you can't get past the algorithm. Vince says the blue light in the background sells it well. Well, I'm glad that you approve of the blue light in the background. Let's go out on a fun little. Let's see here. We'll go. What do we got here? Paparazzis. All right, folks. Well, party time. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. I don't understand how this is paparazzi. What is this? That's not even that fast. None of this is cool. All right, party lights. It's still not very cool. I want it to be faster. All right. Well, Anyways, thanks everybody for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call on Tuesday. Remember, peace.